All right, I've got 8:30, so if the department's ready, we're going to get rolling. All right, I'm going to call to order the meeting of the Nevada Board of Wildlife Commissioners for Saturday, May 4th, 2024. And I'm going to ask Commissioner Booth to lead us in the pledge.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And then just a couple quick housekeeping items. We would ask that anybody that wishes to speak today fills out the speaker card in the back. And that also, just seeing where we're at in the agenda, we may or may not take lunch, but we'll just see how we progress through the day. So I just wanted to get that out of the way. With that, will the department take the roll call of the commission?
Chair Caviglia.
Here.
Vice Chair Rogers.
Here.
Commissioner Barnes.
Here.
Commissioner Booth. Here. Commissioner Keel. Here. Commissioner McNinch. Here. Commissioner Walther. Here. Commissioner Wise. Here. Commissioner Young.
All right, and we are, Vice Chair Rogers is going to be participating remotely today. So we will ask the cab members in attendance to announce themselves. And today we're going to ask everybody to come down to the podium so we get it up and announce themselves for the record.
Steve Robinson, Washoe. Paul Howell, Douglas.
Kobe Rowe, Washoe.
Chrissy Pope, Nye.
Glenn Bunch, Mineral.
Jim Cooney, Elko.
Tim Wilson, Carson City.
Ted McIlvain, Lander.
Joe Krim, Pershing.
Giovanni Giordano, Humboldt County.
Mitch McVickers, White Pine.
Thank you all. And then any cab members on Zoom, please announce themselves. Okay, so we have Trent Gordon from Eureka. That's the only one on Zoom. All right, with that, we'll close agenda item 15, go to agenda item number 16, public comment period. Public comment will be limited to 3 minutes. No action can be taken by the commission at this time. Any item requiring commission action may be scheduled on a future commission agenda. Persons making comment are asked to begin by stating their name for the record. So any public comment in Reno?
I'm Kerry Jellison, and I'm here to speak about the desert sheep tag deferral of Hayden Markstein in Unit 271 that you all got an email about on Monday. NDOW didn't notify the commission of Mr. Markstein's sheep tag deferral at the January meeting, which is a direct violation of their internal policy and procedure document that you guys got a copy of. Mr. Markstein's assistant asked about how they could pay for the tag, and that was about 1 month after the meeting in January, and got a reply back from Chrissy Rose that said that unfortunately they'd close the season and he wasn't going to get a tag. With the hunt being removed, Hayden no longer qualifies for the deferral, is what it said in that letter. Mr. Marks, I don't know why it was a month after the meeting. It would seem like he would have got an email on Monday saying, sorry, we closed the season, but I'm not sure why he didn't get notified. Mr. Markstein sent an email back disputing that, and Kim Munoz replied with a letter letting him know that they would, in fact, defer his tag to the next time that season opened up in the Mormons, after he disputed what they had said in the original email from Chrissy Rose. Also in this letter from Endow was the statement, the Nelson Bighorn sheep population has declined in the Mormon Mountains of Unit 271, which resulted in the closure of the non-resident bighorn season and reduction of tags for resident hunters. We now know that this was a false statement since the resident tags didn't get cut and remained at 4 tags, the same as it was in 2023, contrary to what they told him was going to happen in that letter. The only tag cut was the one that would have been Mr. Markstein's. In both 181 units, Endow cut resident tags from 12 to 3 and 8 to 2, which is a 75% cut, but kept both non-resident tags. If you're going to have a deferral program, I would think that you need to go out of your way to try to give someone their tag and not go out of your way to try and take it away, which appears to be what happened here. In the proposed changes document at the January meeting, which is attached in your guys' email, Endow says they are closing the non-resident season to accommodate reduced resident tags relative to mature ram availability. On the second page of document 4, you can see that Endow has 2 asterisks next to the unit, and that says mature ram numbers and distribution are unknown in this unit. So which one is it? It can't be both. I mean, it has to be one or the other. When Mike Cox spoke at the January Commission meeting, he said to accommodate the reduced tag quotas that we are foreseeing, we are going to remove the Mormon hunt for the non-residents. There was no mention of any problem or lack of sheep or any disease events at that time. All the other units they closed, there was a deal that's about disease. I'd just like to get to the bottom of why this happened.
All right, thank you. Any additional public comment in Reno? All right, seeing none, any public comment on Zoom?
Kathy, go ahead. Please unmute yourself and please state your full name for the record.
Good morning. This is Kathy Smith, Washoe County, for the record. I just wanted to make a quick comment on suffering. I know, I can almost hear your eyes rolling at the term. Should suffering be considered when deciding how an animal can be killed? Is it weak or emotional to think suffering should be considered? I always assumed hunters went for the quick kill to decrease suffering, but maybe I was wrong. Maybe it's all about ego, who made the better shot without consideration of suffering. Is it okay to draw the kill out like the recent wolf kill in Wyoming where a man videotaped torture before killing? What about the deer recently caught in a legally set trap in Nevada? Is that okay? If the population doesn't change, can anything go? Do you correct a group of kids throwing rocks at ducklings, or do you shout, "Great aim," and think of the fun they're having? Is it fair to regulate animal treatment or morality? Or is it, we regulate ethics all the time, but is it taboo to question suffering in wildlife because it may result in the oh-so-scary slippery slope of what hunters see as emotion, seeing an animal as an individual who feels pain? It is so much easier to not think of the dark side of hunting, the side you keep hidden, but keeps moving into the light. I see things through a different lens. As a physician, I have seen others in medicine distance themselves from patients. Names can be replaced by room numbers or diseases. It is easier than seeing them as a father, a son, a daughter, a vulnerable human. Is it fair to them? I don't really think so. Can I think of both individuals and populations and still make sound, pragmatic decisions? Of course. Similarly, is it fair to think of animals as only part of a larger population, not as an individual whose suffering is very real? Again, I think not. It is so much braver to admit the suffering humans cause animals, not to ignore it. Should the suffering you allow have to benefit the species, or does it just have to benefit a hunter or a trapper? When discussing regulations that do not help wildlife, individuals, or at the population level, and only benefit hunters' preference and entertainment, as in hounding bears, maybe, just maybe, you can consider unnecessary pain and suffering. Look, I understand. I am searching for angels in the darkest of skies. I think most of you know that animals suffer, and humans can and do increase that suffering. So at minimum, just admit what you condone. I just wanted to preface today's events with this comment. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Any additional public comment on Zoom? No. All right. With that, we'll go to agenda item number 17, approval of the agenda for possible action. The commission will review the agenda and may take action to approve the agenda for May 4th, 2024. The commission may remove items from the agenda, continue items for consideration, or take items out of order. So any discussion on the agenda? Any cab comment in Reno on the agenda? Any cab comment on Zoom? Any public comment in Reno on the agenda? Any public comment on Zoom? Now with that, I'll bring it back to the commission.
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve the agenda as presented.
Okay. So I got a motion by Commissioner Barnes, second by Commissioner Young. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay, motion carries unanimously. Okay, agenda item number 18, member items, announcements, and correspondence, informational. Commissioners may present emergent items. No action may be taken by the commission. Any item requiring commission action may be scheduled on a future commission agenda. The commission will review and may discuss correspondence sent or received by the commission since the last regular meeting and may provide copies for the exhibit file. Commissioners may provide hard copies of their correspondence for the written record. Correspondence sent or received by Secretary Janae may also be discussed. And I didn't get anything beyond what I discussed yesterday. Okay, any other items from any commissioners? Seeing none, we will keep moving. Agenda item number 19, county advisory boards to manage wildlife, informational member items. CAB members may present emergent items. No action may be taken by the commission. Any item requiring commission action will be scheduled on a future commission agenda.
Mitch McVickers, White Pine Cab. It's been brought up at our meetings for the last few months, but the hound hunting permit for non-resident hunters, a lot of states require it. We currently don't, but we do have, it's discussed almost every meeting. And I don't know if the commission's interested in looking into it, but I just told them I'd bring it up. Thank you.
Thank you, Mitch.
This is in 205.
Can you talk into the mic, Glenn? Can you talk into the mic and announce yourself too?
Glenn Bunch, Mineral County. This is in 205. Walker Lake is in the background. This is in 202. This is in Walker Lake Community. This is at the north end of the cliffs. And again, this is 202. So this is all, by the way, we're taking with the telephone, not a long lens. This is all up close and personal. Thank you.
Thank you, Glenn. Any additional cab comment in Reno? Seeing none, any cab comment on Zoom? No. All right. Keep going. Agenda item number 20, Commission General Regulations Adoption, Public Comment Allowed for Possible Action, 20A. Commission General Regulation 520, Tag Deferral, Extenuating Circumstances Revision, Management Analyst Megan Manfredi. The commission will hold an adoption to amend Chapter 502 of the Nevada Administrative Code that would update the rules related to the timeframe and circumstances surrounding tag deferrals. If approved by the commission, the chairman will sign on behalf of the commission approval of the department's standard operating procedure.
Thank you, everyone. May the 4th be with you. Management Analyst Megan Manfredi for the record. I'm here today to present regulation changes that would amend the deferral portion of the extenuating circumstance regulation. So since our March meeting, the department received the drafted regulation back from the Legislative Council Bureau. Within that regulation, you will see a few items noted in green coloring. These items are what the department has added to the language that was not included in the LCB draft. So in subsection 2H, you will see a reference to auction or sealed bids. Fun fact is that our regulations do not, or do give authority to sell auction and big tags. They're most commonly known as heritage tags. That is what we are referring to in that section. You will also see a new subsection 2I, which denies a deferral request if they are not matching hunts available for use the following season. So we do often see units split up or seasons closed or altered. So this disclaimer is given to customers when we touch base with them after the deferral has been approved and before it is purchased. So just as a general practice by our licensing staff, as in use over the past couple of years. So another change you will find is in subsection 4. So the licensing staff did express some concerns related to the change in the timeframes found in subsection 5 affecting the tag transfer to an organization program. So essentially, if the shortened timeframe of the extenuating circumstance was to be interpreted across all transfers as well, it would kill the transfer to the organization program, and that was not the intent of the change. We want to keep that intact. So in collaboration with Dag Burkett, the additional language added to subsection 4 will read, the tag holder may claim an extenuating circumstance at any time after the tag has been awarded and choose to transfer their tag to a qualifying organization by submitting a request to the department no later than 5 business days prior to the hunt season. This change would allow for a person to still meet the extenuating circumstance qualification and transfer to an organization while giving the department needed time to process the paperwork and transfer the tag requests through that deferral. So this time frame also extends to those individuals who have been diagnosed as terminally ill. And then lastly, additions to subsection 5 also refer to a deferral's need to match the hunt criteria from the original tag being deferred to an identical hunt the following year's season. The updated extenuating circumstance timeframe is also found in this subsection 5, as was discussed during the last commission meeting. But with that, I will give the floor back to the commission and be happy to take any questions you may have.
Any questions for Megan? I guess I do have a question, Megan. When I read item 4, the way I read that, that's just solely for terminally ill individual. It gets a little, I mean, because the start, it's specifically just talking about terminally ill individual.
Management Analyst Manfredi for the record, I do see what you see. I might ask Dag Burkett his opinion on that.
I agree.
That is, I guess, was not the intent. We did want anybody, you didn't have to be terminally ill, but anybody experiencing an extenuating circumstance to be allowed to transfer to an organization through that program. I don't know if that's something we could.
No, I agree. I mean, and
Fix.
I believe that was the intent too, so that's why I brought it up, just as I read it there.
So why can't we just make it number 5 and move all the others just that one section? I didn't look at the stem of the whole thing, but yeah, why couldn't you just, do 4 for the terminally ill and then make a 5 and do the tag holder may claim an extenuating circumstance anytime and award to a qualifying organization? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, just change the number.
Just change, just make that its own separate number.
Yes, I see what you're saying,
And
Commissioner McNinch.
I think you still want to leave the language that a terminally ill individual
Right.
could transfer it to a
Right.
qualifying organization as well, yeah.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, that's
Leave it
fine.
both,
Yeah.
but I agree, I think you need to separate it just to make it,
I mean, that's a worst-case scenario. There's probably a way to rewrite that, but to be honest with you, I didn't put any thought to it, so I try to have suggestions, but
Yeah, I think it needs to be rewritten to be clear, and right now, I don't know how, I honestly always thought that's what the intent was. This is such a, it's a lot of stuff in one regulation, and we're trying to convey a lot of thoughts. And maybe if somebody has a good rewrite, great, but it's difficult.
so we want to make, so the intent here is to have the terminally ill as a qualifier for both of those situations. Is that where we're headed?
I would request some clarification from the commission. So is the intent to transfer to an organization strictly for somebody diagnosed as terminally ill, or is the intent to allow anybody with any extenuating circumstance to transfer to an organization? That might help us.
That's exactly where that's what I was trying to articulate just now. That makes sense to me, so I don't know where everybody's at.
I think for me, that was the way that I assumed that we were going with it, was that anyone could, that had an extenuating circumstance could transfer that tag, but I don't know if I'm on the same page as everybody else.
yeah, when this thing's been going around forever, I always thought all along it would be open to anyone to transfer to a qualifying organization.
Makes sense.
And then the terminally ill side of it was where they could transfer it to anybody.
Right.
Right, there's kind of two different, but it was wide open as far as if anyone wanted to give it to a qualifying organization. That was the way I thought we were headed, but.
And if that's the case, then you can just renumber these probably. It might work just to renumber them, but.
Yeah, if you had a break right where the green started, that
Right.
would break it, yeah.
Yeah, and just put that as a number 5 and then renumber everything down below it properly.
That certainly conveys a separate thought process.
Yeah. If it's connected to the terminally ill portion, then I've got a suggestion for that too, but if not, then I won't throw it out.
So
Yeah, I think if you break it, you still leave it open for the terminally ill individual to donate it to a qualifying organization, so.
Management Analyst Manfredi, that is correct, because being terminally ill is considered an extenuating circumstance, so it does fall under that. But if we were to break out, as you say, from my understanding, so it would be, number 4 is the terminally ill, and as soon as we start the green subsection, a tag holder may claim an extenuating circumstance. That would be a new subsection 5, and then the 5 would then be 6 and so forth.
Any additional commission questions or comments? Everybody sleepy still? All right. I'll take it out for cab comment. Any cab comment in Reno? Okay, seeing none. Any cab comment on Zoom? No. All right, any public comment in Reno? Any public comment on Zoom? No. All right, with that, I'll bring it back to the commission. Commissioner Booth.
Yes. I have a question relative to 6B. I think there needs to be some clarification to that, attest that he or she did not hunt on the tag. Does that, I'm suggesting it may be a grammatical adjustment, did not hunt any days during the hunt season? Or what is the meaning of hunt on the tag? Does that mean that you hunted with the tag for a portion of the season?
You do?
Thank you, Commissioner Booth, for the question. Management Analyst Kaylee Musso for the record. To hunt is defined in NRS 501050, and it means the words to hunt and their derivatives
mean to search for, pursue, or attract any wildlife for the purpose and with the means of capturing, injuring, or killing that wildlife, every attempt to capture, injure, or kill wildlife, and every act of assistance to any other person in capturing, injuring, or killing wildlife. So if they're actively pursuing any wildlife on that tag, which means even scouting, they would need to attest to that.
Oh, scouting too, though, huh?
According to this management analyst Kaylee Musa, for the record, according to this definition, yes.
Thank you.
Can't hear you.
Sorry.
So I was just asking you, Craig, on that line, do you think we need to reference the statute with the definition in that?
Yeah,
portion?
we could clarify it. That would help. I think, was Commissioner Booth concerned about the language on the tag? Is that what, you thought it was awkward, right? Yeah. Yeah, so there certainly is another way to phrase that, hunt through the tag or with the tag, or I think that's, but yeah, we could simply attest that he or she did not hunt pursuant to NRS 50, what was it?
I think 501.050, is that correct?
There we go. We could change the language to that. That gets rid of his awkward language issue.
Commissioner Wise?
I guess going back to subsection 4 and breaking out the green text into a potential subsection 5, just from the perspective of when you put this together, are we getting away from the intent of the original combining of the text? So was the extenuating circumstance to qualify to transfer to a qualifying organization intended when written to only be allowed by a terminally ill person?
Management Analyst Manfredi, for the record, my understanding, being the one who presented this to the TAC and then to the commission, it was that it would be open to anybody and not limited to terminally ill individuals.
Okay, thanks for the clarification. Just make sure we're not breaking anything.
All right, any additional commission questions or comments?
So we were handed the deferred tag list. Are we gonna talk about that here in a minute, or, is this sustainable?
Well, and I mean, that's the whole point of this change, right?
Just-
That, in item number, yeah.
So
in
we'd be getting rid of the medical stuff?
Correct, like in item number 5, that one sentence that we pulled out changed the whole game. And now adding that back in, I think that deferral list is gonna go down to, that window is tiny now.
Oh, I see. Okay, sorry, yeah.
Tommy?
Commissioner Walter?
And so, now we're going down that track. I just want to clarify for the public, any changes, approved going forward. So is the intent here is to, filter out what exists?
Yeah.
And it would be from implementation moving forward?
Yes. Yeah, and I mean, to back it up, that language in paragraph 5 is what the commission originally approved after, I think, about a year worth of discussion, because we were worried about this deferral thing getting gamed. We had multiple lengthy discussions about it. And then we passed it. I think it operated for basically 1 year. And the department actually came back and said, it's too restrictive. We need to open it up. And again, shame on us too. We opened it up and opened a giant can of worms, in my opinion. So then that's why we're back to this. Because it wasn't, what we have on that list was absolutely not the intent of what, and we had those discussions a couple years ago. So that's why we're back here with that. Yeah, and that one sentence changes the whole game. Additional questions or comments or thoughts? Commissioner Barnes?
I'm fine with it. I think as long as we can kind of make some clarification in number 4, like we've been discussing, however we can make that clarification, I think so it gets to our intent, that it's the terminal or in the extenuating circumstance. I mean, I'm good with that, just so we can clear that up, and then I'm good with it.
I mean, I am as well. Everybody's pretty quiet, so I guess I'll make a motion. I'm gonna make a motion to adopt Commission General Regulation 520 tag deferral extenuating circumstances revision as presented with a noted change on item number 4. We were gonna put a break where I guess that's after the first sentence. We're gonna make that number 5. We'll renumber the remaining items. And then also on what now will become item number 7B, we are going to add attest that he or she did not hunt. And I guess you guys can provide the right referenced NRS in there. Modify that language, and then the remainder stays as written. Okay, I got a motion by myself, a second by Commissioner Wise. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay, motion carries unanimously. All right, agenda item number 20B, Commission General Regulation 500 Subdivision Map Review, Wildlife Diversity Administrator Jasmine Kleber. The commission will need to readopt CGR 500 to amend Nevada Administrative Code 278 to provide the department review of tentative subdivision maps and inclusion of recommendations for methods to avoid or minimize impacts to wildlife, mitigation measures, best management practice, or design features, and provide for collection of associated fees to the department.
Jasmine Kleiber, Wildlife Division Administrator, for the record. Yes, thank you. I apologize that we're seeing this again. What you see in front of you right now are the two different sections that we had discussed as you had previously adopted in the March Commission meeting. And then a change based on feedback from LCB, tightening that language up and providing a more simple clarification that was not contradictory. They provided feedback relative to the language on the top there that indicated we may be contradicting ourselves as well as some of the requirements as laid out in existing statute and regulations. And their recommendation was the language down below. In working with McDonald Carano, who is representing builders associations in the state, they also were satisfied with this new updated language from LCB.
All right. Any questions for Jasmine?
No questions, but just a compliment that's almost impossible to do, to get people, on some level of consensus. So thanks for the hard work and the persistence to work our way through that. I think that the value of this isn't so much from a regulatory standpoint, it's that interaction that's going to result in, I think, over time, new approaches to how these subdivisions are looked at when they're planned. And I think this is the beginning of something where those considerations will become natural. This will become just a technical part of the whole process, and it'll be something that people see as acceptable and not a problem, is my personal opinion. So I appreciate all the hard work on it.
Additional questions? Yep.
I don't have any issue with the new number 7. I think that makes perfect sense. But there is, on section 8, there's number 3 has been added. And at the end of that sentence, it says open space. And so if you could help me with that.
Yeah, Jasmine Kleiber for the record again. Yeah, so there has been a lot of discussion around that particular language, and that language was actually inserted into the proposed regulations per recommendations from members of the public. And what we're seeing in a lot of developments across the state right now, in particular in Washoe County and Lyon County, is an ideal of having open space that's valuable to potential residents who would be purchasing lots in these subdivisions. They want to have some of that open space, but it didn't seem appropriate to force a charge for area that isn't actually being developed. And so we wanted to make an accommodation that allowed for those types of areas.
Great. Is there any concern about that being defined in any way?
Generally speaking, when we receive tentative maps, it's very clear where there is open space. It is often included within the total acreage that is identified on a map that a fee would be based on, but usually it is called out as a separate item and has an acreage associated with it that would be reduced. The overall fee would be reduced based on that acreage.
Okay, thanks.
Any additional commission questions or comments for Jasmine? All right. Seeing none, I'll take it out for cab comment. Any cab comment in Reno? Cab comment on Zoom? Public comment in Reno? Public comment on Zoom? All right, with that, I'll bring it back to the commission. Commissioner McNinch.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion to approve CGR 500 subdivision review program as it's presented.
Okay, I've got a motion by Commissioner McNinch, seconded by Commissioner Young. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, motion carries unanimously. Thank you.
Chair Cavilla, sorry to interrupt. Just wanted to clarify for the public's edification. Vice Chair Rogers gave an assent, a positive vote to the last vote, but we just couldn't verbally hear him. I wanted to put that on the record, and then we did clarify he needs to vote so we can hear him from here on out. Just wanted to make that clear.
Thank you. All right, with that, we're going to move to agenda item number 20A, Commission Regulations, Public Comment Allowed for Possible Action. Commission Regulation 24-11, 2024 Black Bear Quotas and Harvest Limits. Wildlife Staff Specialist Pat Jackson. The commission will consider adopting the 2024 hunting season quotas and harvest limits for black bear.
Good morning, Chairman Cavilla, members of the commission. Sean Espinoza, Game Division Administrator for the record. I just had a few opening bullet points to kind of summarize where we're at with black bears before Staff Specialist Jackson provides the recommendation. I'm sure you all probably have these questions in the back of your mind regarding this species, but just an overview from last season. We harvested 19 black bears consisting of 10 males and 9 females. The total resident and non-resident quota was a combined 37, 30 resident, 7 non-resident, and hunters experienced a 54% success rate. Over the past 7 years, harvest rates have fluctuated between 29% and 54%, and has averaged 36% over that time frame. The most recent population estimate for Nevada, and this was provided in a presentation yesterday by Becca Carnello, was completed by Dr. Perry Williams at UNR for management areas 19 and 29, and concluded that approximately 467 bears resided in these 2 hunt units. This estimate does not include population estimates for much of management area 20, which is 201 through 205. Hunter harvest rates have vacillated between 1.9% and 2.7% of the total population. Our population of black bears is an extension of the California population. Very recently, California Department of Fish and Wildlife completed an integrated population model for black bears and derived an estimate of 65,405 bears statewide, which represents a 5-year average from 2019 to 2023. The population estimate for the Northern Sierra population, which abuts Management Area 19, was 15,420 bears. Hunter Harvest has averaged 279 bears in this unit of California, which represents approximately 1.3% to 2.9% of that population. I can repeat any of that if you'd like, or turn it over to Staff Specialist Jackson for the recommendation.
Any questions for Mr. Espinoza? I'm gonna wait 1 second while Pat's getting fired up.
Pat Jackson, Staff Specialist for the record. So I had a 4-slide PowerPoint. They don't know what the issue is, so what's that gonna do?
Can we show his screen?
Much like Glenn Bunch did.
Sure. Just need to go there. Pat Jackson, Staff Specialist, winging it. So I'm going to, again, 4 slides on the black bear quota and harvest limit recommendations, CR 24-11. As you saw in the support material, we're recommending 38 resident and 4 non-resident tags. With the a change of hunt unit group 192, 194, 195, 196, going from 10 to 15 tags. And so that would add up to the same number of tags to the same harvest limit. And with that, I'm not going to continue holding my computer here, but I'll entertain questions.
Any questions for Pat? All right, seeing none from the commission, I will take it out for cab comment. Any cab comment in Washoe?
Thank you, Chairman. Steve Robinson, Washoe Cab. At the Washoe Cab, we voted unanimously to support this bear hunt with 100% of the public in attendance in support. We did recommend to remove the female harvest limit, as we did last year also, as it's been causing some problems with this hunt, closing some areas early, which creates a panic for people to run and shoot a bear before the other areas are closed. And as the biologists have testified, there's no negative biologic effect to this population by doing that. As they mentioned, the new population, last year I said there was 50,000 bears in the Black Bear Conservation Plan for California, published in April 2024, 65,405 to 80,935 is what's posted in there, with the Tahoe Basin being the second highest density of bears in the range at 84 per 100 square kilometers. So we have the population to support this. I know it's incongruent that we are saying maybe it's okay to harvest some females from this, where later I will be very against the ewe hunt, but the population of the bears is growing considerably. The population of sheep's dropping quite a bit, so that's our recommendation. And like before, we would like all edible portions of meat to be removed from the field. I think that's important. Thank you.
Thank you.
Tim Wilson from the Carson City Cab. We also recommend removing the sow quota, and for the same reason as stated by the previous speaker. Thank you.
Good morning, Paul Howell, Douglas Cab, and we echo the same position as Carson and Washoe to remove the female limit.
Thank you. Any additional cab comment in Reno? Seeing none, any cab comment on Zoom? All right, seeing none, any public comment in Reno?
Karen Taylor, Washoe County resident. I wanted to thank the Department of Wildlife for
yesterday's meeting on YouTube, putting it on YouTube so quickly. I really appreciate that. So I was able to look at the presentation. And the presentation by the endowed biologist was very informative, but I do take issue with a few points. So I come from a mental health background, and in order to justify our existence, we studied statistics for years, both in undergrad and graduate school. And I'm really concerned about the confidence, the 95% confidence rate, if I understood her correctly, and the discussion afterwards with some of the commissioners that there's between 250 and 700 black bears in Nevada. That's a pretty big discrepancy for a small population. At best, you can say there are 400 to 450 bears, in my opinion. And this actually goes along with previous estimates done. And I also took issue with some of the things about the habitat. There was habitat all over Nevada is very different, and during drought years and during good years, there's habitat varies significantly. So we have to be really careful to say that the best bear habitat that exists in our area also goes throughout Nevada, as they were explaining how bears might be expanding into other areas of Nevada. I just want to remind everybody that numbers are not science, and numbers do not indicate whether or not we should even have a bear hunt. The numbers didn't include collisions on. The numbers didn't include cubs that died when their mothers were taken inappropriately, in my opinion. Let me educate a few of you, especially some of the young people in the room going back who were probably still in grade school when this was happening. But the hunt came about during an administration in Nevada when cronyism was rampant. And I won't go into some of the governor's behaviors, but despite multiple valid polls that indicated the Nevada population didn't want a bear hunt, especially a bear hunt where bears were run down by dogs, this hunt continues. It continues. And we've watched the Department of Wildlife try to provide data that justifies this bear hunt, and it's very confusing as to why that keeps happening. For example, talking about eating the bears. Well, I worked in the rurals for a decade. Eating the bears was kind of like a joke. It was a joke. And if you look at the take papers that the hunters do afterwards, very few hunters at the very beginning put down, we eat the meat. Now all of a sudden everybody's eating bear meat, bear tacos, bear this. The hunt is unjustifiable no matter what, and numbers, which are not science, no matter what numbers are posted. There's no foundation.
Thank you. That's your 3 minutes. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. My name is Dre Arman, for the record, with Backcountry Hunters and Anglers. I am the Idaho-Nevada chapter coordinator. And I know I've interacted with quite a few of you virtually, and it's great to be here in person to meet you all and provide comment today. The Nevada chapter of Backcountry Hunters and Anglers represents hundreds of hunters and anglers and like-minded public land advocates across the great state of Nevada. I'd like to start by thanking the NDOW staff and specifically the amazing team of biologists who are spending ample time and resources to ensure that the needs of Nevada's black bear populations are both understood and prioritized, especially as our human impact continues to expand throughout the limited black bear habitat throughout Nevada. As we saw from this presentation yesterday, black bear populations are growing at an average of 5% each year and have not seen a decrease in population since the hunt was introduced, I believe, if I'm recalling correctly. We support the commission in setting tag quotas and harvest limits based on this sound science, as well as with a commitment to fair chase. I appreciate the many references to the recent update of the California Black Bear Plan, just highlighting that this is something our California chapter worked very hard on to make sure that we're using the best practices and getting the most sound data to make decisions off of, and appreciate incorporating that same ethos here in Nevada as well. Hunting is more than hunting is more than a traditional outdoor activity. It's a vital conservation tool responsible for substantial contributions to wildlife management through license fees and the Pittman-Robertson Act, which continue to fund conservation efforts, not only for game species, but for a broad range of wildlife. By providing essential data and participating in regulated hunting, hunters continue to help maintain the balance of ecosystems while supporting the state's conservation goals. So again, thank you for your thoughtful decision-making and for the time to comment today.
Thank you. Any additional public comment in Reno? Seeing none, any public comment on Zoom?
Good morning. For the record, Fred Volz. Selective information and science presented yesterday by NDOW staff raised more questions instead of providing complete answers regarding wildly fluctuating bear population guesstimates. None of the proffered information supports a ramping up of bear killing quotas. The Lake Tahoe Basin stands as the lushest habitat in all of Nevada for multiple wildlife species. Projecting the carrying capacity of that habitat onto the rest of the state is not supported by basic biological truths concerning vegetation and water. NDOW biologists have been from one extreme to another in proclaiming Nevada bear population guesstimates. Given low reproduction rates and high mortality rates for cubs, the huge statistical fluctuations against known bear mortalities hike the death rate. A bear management plan was mentioned, but has never been publicly produced. Beyond maximizing trophy hunting and NDOW tag revenue, while financially enriching guides needed by inept hunters who must depend on human help, GPS, ATVs, and hounds, what is the plan? The biggest omission in what was presented by NDOW concerns a complete accounting of all mortality sources, not just human predators masquerading as hunters. NDOW's 2023 Big Game Status Book shows total 21 and 22 mortalities of 74 and 71 respectively from all sources. Yet the only mortality numbers presented yesterday were from the desired premeditated killing in the 2024 hunt. These numbers don't reflect bears that are orphaned, killed by other species, hit by cars, and die in the woods, and other sources NDOW has no knowledge about. Let's not forget that NDOW has been silent for almost 10 years in advocating a Tahoe Basin-wide universal human trash containment ordinance from TRPA. The welter of weak and inconsistent ordinances cited from various basin jurisdictions have done nothing to quell the wildlife mortalities as they enter urbanized areas for the free food. The waste of NDOW law enforcement resources, along with other agencies, should concern this commission. Bottom line, the proposed bear hunt quotas are excessive and potentially reduce bear populations when all sources of mortality are totaled. Of course, there's still no genuine justification for a trophy bear hunt except hunter convenience, opportunity, and success. I would ask that these comments be added verbatim to the record. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional public comment on Zoom.
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, Jana Wright, Las Vegas, speaking in opposition to the increase in quotas. The black bear hunt and quotas has been and remains controversial for many of us, and yet the conversations regarding the hunt go unspoken. There is no conversation or presentation on the unregulated use of hounds in the hunt, especially the use of GPS collars on hounds to locate and possibly kill bears. No conversation on possible hunter conflicts in the hunt units. I read in a 2023 report that 50% of bears are killed in Unit 291. Why? A report on where and when bears are killed would be beneficial to those of us following the black bear hunt. Why were no bears killed last year in Units 201, 202, 204, and 206? Was it due to road closures? Does not anyone care? Perhaps total mortality of bears should be discussed. Vehicular deaths are occurring where? Is there a pattern? And is this being discussed with NDOT? Do we even have a black bear management plan? Is it a plan to just offer hunter opportunity? I don't have an answer for any of these questions. Commissioners, it's important to have these crucial conversations. And I ask the commission to start with a report presentation on the use of hounds in the black bear hunt. Why be afraid to talk about this unfavorable practice as viewed by most Nevadans? Ask for an agenda item and let's start the discussion for possibly regulating the use of hounds. Thank you for at least getting rid of the dream tag for bears. It is a start. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Additional public comment on Zoom?
Go ahead, Ms. Smith.
Hello again, Kathy Smith, Washoe County for the record. Here we are, deja vu all over again, outcome predetermined almost. But something has changed with this opportunity bear hunt. The recommended harvest limits have doubled compliments of the department. I understand many, if not most commissioners dismiss, ignore, don't believe human dimensions research. But I am dismayed that apparently the department does too. The department funded social science research wasn't even in the bear presentation. This commission significantly increased the harvest limits on their own last meeting because hunter opportunity trumps all. Does the department now follow the commission on social decisions such as harvest limits and quotas? It matters little that the quota didn't change much when the potential number of bears killed has more than doubled since 2022. We have read in a recent article co-authored by Pat Jackson that the bear population in Nevada is likely limited due to habitat quality and the high male-female ratios in an edge population. Does California supply an endless population of bears that will fit in any voids here? I don't know. I haven't heard that talk on corridors and what is being done to protect them. More importantly, does it matter when biological data says the methods used in this hunt aren't supported, even by most hunters? Oh, I'm right. I forgot. We don't believe that data because it doesn't fit the narrative. Interesting, the department and commission will change quotas, targeted buck-doe ratios, etc., to conform to the social, emotional decisions of hunters to prevent heartburn, but not so much when it comes to the public. If you want to see some emotion, just increase the quotas for female sheep and deer. I am so disappointed. It seems we have now surpassed the dark days of the rain. Department seems to have fallen in line and joined the ranks, and the commission listens to comments to decide how to rationalize a predetermined vote. Could it be worse? Of course. It can always be worse. Sometimes just for spite because someone gets their feelings hurt. Please, at least just think about the fact that your decisions will make the lives of individual animals worse. Then think about why, for entertainment purposes. It is ironic that a commission and department charged with protecting wildlife imposes more pain, fear, and suffering on individuals. I guess that is the price they have to pay to exist in our world, but it doesn't have to be. You could change that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. This is Stephanie Myers for the record. There are so many unresolved issues about the black bear hunt. The issue of hounding, where GPS collar dogs chase a bear to exhaustion, tree it, and then the hunter comes on a ATV to shoot it, has not been addressed. Is the issue of hounds actually fair chase, one of several principles in the North American model? The issue of killing mother bears, who have likely hidden their cubs who will be orphaned, has also not been addressed. The bear hunt is extremely unpopular with the general public. All you have to do is see your own public survey, the Nevada Wildlife Values Report of 2019. Besides hunting, as others have mentioned, bears are killed on the roadways as they search for food. Many residents in bear country are not mandated to use bear-proof trash containers. NDOW kills problem bears. Human-bear conflict often results in a dead bear, and some die naturally. Are these numbers all taken into account when posting quotas? An NDOW biologist saying the bear hunt is sustainable for the population is not a reason to kill bears. Just numbers aren't science. You've heard all this before. Reform is necessary for the black bear hunt. How many times will you have to hear from members of the general public, such as myself, since the beginning of the black bear hunt in 2011, before you take us seriously? Please address the unresolved issues, and please do not raise the quota numbers. Please add my comments to the record, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Ms. Bricko.
Go ahead, Ms. Bricker.
Can you hear me? I am indicated muted. Okay. My name is Catherine Bricker. I'm a Tahoe Douglas resident. It always interests me how you, on the one hand, so earnestly consider the scientific data that NDOW provides you to justify the killing of that year's number of bears, while on the other hand, you fail to consider NDOW's equally valid data showing that only 13% of Nevadans support the dominant method of take, which you also approve, bear hounding. If we use the rough number of 8,000 applying last year for a tag, this is approximately 1/4 of 1% of the Nevada population. So who is this hunt for? I am a Nevadan too, and I ask that you walk for a moment in my shoes. Several years ago, a Nevada houndsman posted a video of his hounds at the base of a tree in the Mount Rose Forest. A 2-year-old female was looking down. There was still snow on the ground. The look on her face and her vocalizations of sheer terror will haunt me until I die. She was not even old enough to have had cubs of her own. I and others only pray that she was dead when she hit the ground and not still alive to be mauled by the dogs. When you are administering this public trust of the bear hunt, you are doing so in opposition to how the majority of Nevadans feel, and that is scientifically established. I ask that you set today's quota at 0. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, that looks like that is the last of the public comment, so I will bring it back to the commission for further discussion. I do have a question, Pat, on when we brought it up in January in Unit 201, 202, 204, and 206, there were no bears harvested last year. Do you know why, or have a thought on why that happened?
So Pat Jackson, staff specialist for the record. I expect I'll probably get a lot of questions about this most recent bear hunt. And I would remind people that 1 year of a bear hunt, because it's such a small harvest, is a small sample size, and that's why we make inference on a 3-year average. Talking to Becca and Carl, there were more hunters that used guides this year. For one reason or another, guides did not hunt in 20. We know of hunters that did hunt in 20 and saw bears, they just didn't choose to harvest.
Okay. Additional questions or comments for Pat?
I don't know. I don't have any questions today. I kind of blew it up yesterday. I still have concerns. Look, the public has laid it out pretty clear for me. I mean, this is really the concerns that have been relayed today have been, the concerns I've tried to share, over the last several years. Last year, Pat just mentioned that more guides were used, but we had almost a 50-50 take with female male. One of the reasons why we've always supported as a commission, hounding is because that would reduce the number of females taken, because we could identify and not take. But that's not how it's working anymore. So the fact that we had nearly a 50-50 take, when we have a 2-to-1 male to female ratio in these fringe areas, how long are we going to be able to sustain that before we start having damage to the female hunt or to the females? I've expressed concern that because of the 3-year consideration, we're not going to see a substantial change in our females in time enough to help them out, to manage that. Last year, 1 nursing sow was taken. We had 1 with dependent young that was taken. Okay, so that's not a loss of 1 or 2 bears, that's additional bears. Those numbers and other numbers are not accounted for. Not all mortality is accounted for. I don't see any accounting of those losses. Certainly there's potential for more. In 3 cases, and possibly 4, this is data right from the department, you can correct me if I'm wrong, I'm not going to go down a different path. Males were treed or bayed earlier in the hunt, and a female was taken later, including the nursing sow. So this whole idea that the hounding is a really important component that's going to save our bear hunt is malarkey, in my opinion. That's not the case. This last year, it does appear that in my opinion, that we had a kind of a guide war occur. Get ours, get out, so that we don't lose the opportunity. I don't think unless we address any of these issues that things are going to ever improve. And so for that reason, it's going to take a pretty substantial, and now we're talking about taking the limitations off of the females, and it's like, do we care or not? This isn't how I envision conservation of bears. This hunt is, in my opinion, has too much potential. We're not talking about these things that are social, that are problematic. We just kind of keep pushing the envelope, pushing it a little further out. Never mind the numbers. I'll let the number thing go today, but these are my concerns. So I'm curious to hear where we land. But anyway, that's where I'm at.
Additional questions or comments?
Kind of maybe two sides of the coin. I don't know. I'm okay with the harvest numbers, and I'm okay with the harvest numbers because the statistics are good. I do statistics and density estimates, and what I do. I appreciated the values yesterday. I can see how the smaller, shorter term study complemented the other data that we already have. I don't think it's the quota number that is the issue. But I do want to kind of echo what's being said about female harvest and hounding. I think if the primary method of take is hounding, and that's so that we can limit female take, and we want to talk about eliminating the need, or eliminating the female harvest limit, then that calls to question for me, like, do we even need hounds at that point? Can we eliminate hound? So I think there's a lot to be discussed there. But as far as the quota number itself, I don't have any issue with that.
But he's pretty quiet. I do have a question for Pat or Sean. You know, yesterday, I think you guys said, and I don't have the exact numbers, but you could have up to like a 12% basically mortality on the bear population. That would include hunter take or any other mortality, and still maintain was that right? The population would still sustain itself?
Pat Jackson, staff specialist for the record. I cited a paper at the January meeting that expressed in some bear populations you can see up to a 20% removal and still maintain the population.
And I mean, our proposed quotas for like the hunt this year, what's the percent we're at, like, of our based on our current estimate, population estimate?
It would be between 1.9 and 2.7%.
So this additional mortality, and I think we all recognize there is additional mortality, but we fall within that 12 to 20% threshold.
That would be correct. And then another factoid, if you find comfort in this, we don't know about all mortality for any wildlife species because it's wildlife. And so when we have a population model that demonstrates that it's growing on average 5% per year, that reflects all known and unknown mortality sources.
Look, I wasn't going to engage hard today, but now here we go. So in those populations that you're talking about, the 20%, are those? Do we have the same male to female ratios in those, or is there a difference between our fringe population that's just a spillover waterfall thing from California, or is there a similar dynamic there in those other populations?
Pat Jackson, staff specialist for the record. It's been since January since I read that manuscript, and so I did intentionally use some, and that is the upper end of harvest, but we're not seeing a 20% harvest in our population. I'm providing that as some bear populations in North America can withstand up to a 20% harvest, and we're seeing between a 1.9 and 2.7.
Right, and my concern is that as we continue to grow through time, because this is what's happened, as we grow through time, pretty soon we grab onto that 20%, and we're talking about Nevada can handle a 20%. That's how it works. We all know that. You know, that's how this system works. And so what I'm suggesting is that while the numbers may be conservative, that there are still other reasons to be concerned. Yeah, we might be able to take that many. They might still be here, but then we end up with a population of male bears until they wink out, you know, because we haven't taken care of our female bears. And this is what I'm trying to relay is that by the time, if something were to happen to them, maybe I'm just too conservative. I don't know.
And I just have a question for you guys on the female harvest, and I'm absolutely not saying I'm advocating for it, but it's been mentioned for years about getting rid of that criteria. I guess, what are the department's thought on that portion of the discussion?
Pat Jackson, staff specialist for the record. I don't know of another state that has a female harvest limit, and I would say that we maintain that out of an abundance of caution.
No, and I mean, that's what I'm, for myself too, I think by maintaining that, the female harvest portion of it, there is some conservatism in our quotas. Just kind of my thoughts. But.
You don't have to hold anything up here. I mean, if we're going to have a broad discussion on any of these things, you know, we can certainly have it. I mean, I think we know where things are heading today, so don't, you know, I appreciate the thought that's going in, but you know, if we're going to have a conversation about it, we'll get into it. Let's have a in-depth conversation, but I'm not sure that we're ready for that today. It's just my read. I'm just being honest with you guys, and you know, I've never rated real high on my emotional intelligence tests and stuff. So, you know, what's in here usually comes out here, and I try to make it as nice as I can most of the time. But, you know, bottom line is there's a lot of things that bother me about the hunt. Never mind the numbers. You know, I have issues with the numbers in some sense too, but I understand the department's position on it. You can't just go down, walk from tree to tree and count them. That's not how it works. You know, they're a difficult animal to you know, get estimates on. So I can accept that that's difficult. And I guess I'm pounding away at the social aspect of it more and more. And in some ways the humanity part. It's a thing. It's real.
Commissioner Keel.
Okay, with that, I think everybody's kind of given their opinion, so I'm going to go ahead and move to approve CR 24-11, the 2024 black bear quotas and harvest limits as presented.
Okay, I have a motion by Commissioner Keel, second by Commissioner Walter. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Nay. Okay, motion carries 8-1. All right, with that, I think we'll take a 10-minute bathroom break before we get into the next item. right, we're gonna get going again. Agenda item number 21B, Commission Regulation 24-12, big game quotas for the 2024-2025 season. Wildlife Staff Specialists Mike Cox, Cody Schroeder, and Cody McKee. The commission will consider and may take action to approve regulations for the numbers of tags to be issued for mule deer, pronghorn antelope, elk, moose, bighorn sheep, and mountain goats for the 2024-2025 season. And I have asked the department to start with mule deer, so.
Great. Sean Espinoza, Game Division Administrator for the record. Good morning, Chairman Cavilla and members of the commission. Just like we did with Black Bear, I just have a few bullet points to kind of summarize where we're at with mule deer and kind of highlight some of the challenges that we have moving forward. So during the 2023 season, 3,255 bucks were harvested. The approved quota for the 2023 combined buck seasons was 8,327 for a hunter success rate of 39%. The mule deer population estimate for 2023 and 2024 is 68,000 deer, so no change between the 2 years. Of those, approximately 15,640 are bucks, considering a buck ratio of 30 bucks per 100 does. During the 2023 season, the percentage of 4-point or greater in the harvest was 42%, so that's about what our long-term average is. 210 does were harvested in 2023 out of a population of around 52,360 does, representing 0.4% of the population. 2023 postseason deer surveys classified 16,683 deer, composed of 30 bucks per 100 does and 46 fawns per 100 adults, compared to 31 bucks per 100 does and 42 fawns per 100 adults in 2022. So an improvement there in our fawn recruitment ratio. Spring 2024 surveys classified 17,974 animals with a composition of 37 fawns per 100 adults, compared to 30 fawns per 100 adults during the spring of 2023. Our challenge is basically the following. Managing for 30 bucks per 100 does postseason when many units are over that objective already. In our standard hunt units, this is just a reminder for the commission, in our standard hunt units, our management objective is 30 bucks per 100 does. For all alternative hunt units, it's 35 bucks per 100 does, and that includes unit 014, 065, 081, 114 and 115, 131 through 134, 194 and 196, 221 through 223, and 241 through 245. And then we also have a few non-standard units where we manage for hunt success greater than or equal to 45%. Another one of our challenges is the current age class of bucks is skewed towards younger bucks. And so we'll have to talk about how to manage that going forward. One thing to think about is where we sit currently. It more or less seems like we try and manage for trophy quality. We want older age class animals. If we want that, then the commission may have to provide the direction to the department to alter the management objective of 30 bucks per 100 does. But with doing that, we need to recognize that we may be neglecting a segment of sportsmen that are satisfied with younger age class bucks. So definitely a challenge moving forward. And the fact that higher buck ratios don't necessarily translate into more trophy quality animals, as competition and environmental factors usually override that. If we don't alter buck ratio objectives, we will chase these ratios with higher quotas in subsequent years. And then the other challenge we face is that people have a natural tendency to only look 1 year in the rearview mirror. So they're always looking at last year's quota only and then making a judgment call based on last year's quota rather than looking more long-term. And with that, unless there's any questions, I'm going to turn it over to Staff Specialist Schroeder for his presentation on mule deer quotas.
Any questions for Sean? Seeing none, we'll let Cody get going.
All right, good morning. Members of the commission, for the record, Cody Schroeder, Staff Specialist, Department of Wildlife. So I'm just going to run briefly through a few slides. Sean touched on some of it already, so there may be a little bit of repetition there, but just wanted to kind of provide some of the data that we've collected really over a long time period, not just the last few years. Starting off with populations. I've shown this graph before, but this is the updated version. So right there, we're at the end there. It's truncated at 2022, but the last bar actually does represent our 2024 estimate, which is really unchanged from last year, 68,000. Definitely a downward slide, certainly from the mid 80s, but even in the most recent years since the 2010s. Harvest and tag sales basically mirror that image. In this case, we have tags sold on the y-axis in blue and the harvest in red. That last bar there indicating 2023's harvest data, just over 3,000 deer harvested. So as you can see, just for historical reference, that's definitely the lowest that we've ever harvested going back to as far as I could find in our records, which is 74. That was primarily due to the tag quotas that we issued last year, which were a big drop from previous years. So you can see the tag numbers there drop pretty substantially, but that harvest definitely dropped as well, as we would expect. Looking at buck to doe ratios, Sean mentioned our management objectives statewide for most of our units is 30. We do have some that we try to manage for higher than that. When you put it all together on a statewide level, we have been really close to that estimate or that objective, I guess. Last year we came in right at 30 when you include all the hunt units together. And then looking at fawn ratios, this is just the past 20 years. We've had a lot of ups and downs. The last few years, we've actually been increasing on a statewide level, even considering last year's dip, which was in spring, which was primarily driven by the east part of the state where we had some pretty significant winter conditions. But our ratios this year were really fantastic. It's an all-time high for the fall, and I think it's the last years that I could calculate on the spring ratio. I think 2014 and 2011 were comparable with 37 and 38, and that typically does represent population growth. All the other years we were in a negative deficit for populations. Looking at hunt success, we use a 3-year average on a unit by unit basis. So this is, but this is looking at it on a statewide level. We have seen a slide in hunt success as well for all weapon classes, really. Last year, I think we were a little bit lower on our all weapon classes. Well, primarily our any legal weapon was what drove that harvest down even lower. We were about 2 points lower there than the previous year on hunt success. Many of our units actually had higher hunt success, but when you put it all together and you include the big units, we are looking at a little bit of a downward trend. That does factor into our quota recommendations because we use that 3-year average. Try to project. So this is just kind of to put in context some data that was put together last year. Right after this meeting, every 2 years, WAFWA hosts a deer and elk workshop. Last year it was in Arizona. They asked all the states, the western states, to put their data together. Unfortunately, it's a little bit of a lag because not everybody has their data available right before that meeting. So 2021 is the most recent. But this just kind of puts this into context with some of our neighboring states. They put us in the southwest region, which typically is the drier region compared to some of the others. So the states there on the x-axis, and this is our fawn ratios. This would be postseason for all states, so kind of a fall survey, fall midwinter. We're right in there, right in line with our counterparts. Utah typically runs higher fawn ratios. Texas tends to be on the lower end, and then Arizona, kind of a downward trend there. But we're right in there in the mix in about the mid-50s for our fall fawn ratios. A lot of states don't report spring ratios. Actually, most states don't even collect spring ratios anymore. Looking at buck to doe ratios, again, just referencing the surrounding states, Nevada tends to be right in that mid-level at 30. A lot of these states are seeing a downward trend in their buck to doe ratios. They're actively managing for lower buck to doe ratios than we are. Notable case, Utah most of their units are their general units, they're managing for 15 to 20 is their management objective. Whereas we're closer to 30 and even above that. And then Texas is kind of an anomaly. They're a little bit higher. However, I would point out that most of the mule deer in Texas are on private land and they're limited access by big ranches. They are seeing a decline. They also highly manage their does, so they harvest does quite a bit to try to keep the carrying capacity down on those ranches where they're maintaining those high buck to doe ratios. So Sean touched on this. I won't go into it too much. This is our management objectives for standard units, which we have most of. I will just say that I think given what we saw last year and what our recommendations were last year, we're sort of going away from this. Really, we're pushing more towards the alternative or even higher, at least in terms of buck to doe ratios. And you're going to hear some alternative recommendations today from CABs that are really going to put us above these, well above these objectives, I would say. And it's going to be very hard to catch up to them, if ever, honestly. And so I am seeking further guidance from the commission if you do choose to go in that direction. And perhaps we need to look at this anyway. Just Sean mentioned it, but maybe more further clarification on what we really want, what we want to manage for in terms of ratios. And I need to give credit for this, but I don't know the exact person. I got this from Mark Fries. He presented it yesterday. It's from the meteorologist that provided us the data on the fire outlook. And I just wanted to throw this up there because it kind of did strike me as a reminder that we are typically more likely to be in drought periods than we are wet periods. Right now, we're enjoying a wet period there, which is great. Animal condition looks good, and when we measure it, it looked good in our February captures. However, there is a fire outlook, and I think the take-home message I just want to say is we cannot stockpile deer, especially bucks, because they're not going to be there forever. We can try. We might be able to get away with it for a few years, but they're not going to be there forever. We will enter back into a drought cycle. We'll have reduced recruitment. And then, of course, our worst case scenario is a winter like we had, last year before last, following a drought. So with that, here are our recommendations. We are looking at a total of almost 13,000 total tags. It's about a 20% increase from last year. And then the non-resident resident split there, just want to point out that does not include the juniors. So I take that out because we don't have a non-resident junior hunt and offer those tags. And we try to get that as close to 90-10 as we can. However, given rounding conventions and some of our herds that have really small quotas where we're not exactly 90-10 on a unit by unit, it's pretty difficult. That's as close as we can get on that. And then with that, I would be happy to take any questions.
All right, questions for Cody? Commissioner Keel.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Cody, so when we did the fixed demand here the last couple meetings ago, that obviously drove the quotas up. We knew it would, or the recommended quotas. How much of that action is contributing to the increase versus, what you're seeing in the population models?
Yep, thanks for the question, Commissioner Keel. So I think we have that in the memo. For the record, Cody Schroeder, staff specialist. I mean, that definitely is contributing to that, a big chunk of that increase. I think it's about, we're looking at 100% increase in muzzleloader and 30% in archery. So a lot of those quotas are going to be, when you look at the overall, is because of that fixed demand, exactly what you said.
Yeah.
I mean, it varies on a unit by unit basis because historically we were basing it on demand. So, and we sort of put a hard fixed number on that with our new policy.
Yeah.
But yes, that is a large contributor there to the overall increase.
Yeah, gotcha. Then maybe what are your thoughts? I mean, with your population models and the management objectives, the 30 per 100, the department, you guys are in a position, you guys collect the data, goes into the model, spits out a recommendation. Like, how do we change that? I mean, you're limited to that model and how it works and the inputs and the direction for the different metrics that drive that. Based on, I think, what we're going to hear today and some of the alternative recommendations from the CAB, like, how do we work outside of what you guys are directed to do within that model? Or, I mean, do you guys should we be managing based solely on 30 per 100, or I don't know, what are your thoughts on how to take an alternative view but still remain in a structure that can be consistent year over year on these population or quota recommendations?
Yeah, thanks for the question, Commissioner Keel. I mean, I've had several thoughts, I guess, on that. Like you mentioned the model. So yeah, our models are not perfect, and we've said that over and over again. We could certainly look at that to try to, and I have presented on it before. We have some in the works. We're trying to update that with maybe something that's a little better on the statistics side of things. But I don't think it's going to be wildly different than what our populations are estimating now. I don't think that is really the issue. I think maybe what you're getting at more is, how hard do we want to push for trying to shoot for $30 per 100 does, honestly, because that really is what is driving the quotas. And we didn't even really push for 30, honestly. We have some that we just happen to be right at that sweet spot, and that we're kind of hitting that. But a lot of our projections are actually higher than that. Our recommendations are going away from the 30. And then Sean brought up, this idea that a lot of the quotas are driven by the recruitment that we're seeing, which, and I've heard this already from going on the podcast and everything else, that nobody wants to hunt 1.5 bucks because that's what is driving some of these quotas. But I don't think that's necessarily true, for one thing. When I look at our harvest data, we actually harvest quite a bit of 1 and 2 points every year. Some of our big units, it's 40 to 50% of our harvest is yearling deer, basically. We could certainly look at more fine-tuned criteria, like incorporating a hunt success objective, maybe looking at some kind of age structure criteria there. We've thought about different things, and I don't know, maybe this is something we need to sit down with a few commissioners and some of the boards and just try to pour every idea we can throw out there. If the direction is to really, truly try to manage for more older age class deer. But I will throw out the caveat it's very tricky to do that because populations just ebb and flow, and you have big recruitment years like we have this year, and then you might have a couple years of hardly any recruitment. It's really hard to maintain that age structure without just being super conservative. That's what we're kind of looking at right now. We're just erring on the side of caution. stacking the deck for the older age class bucks by limiting harvest. We could push these even harder if we really wanted to, in my opinion. And you're just limiting opportunity by doing that, by managing to 40 to 45 to 50 bucks per 100 does, which is some of these recommendations you're going to hear today, the alternative recommendations. That's what we're looking at for next year. And then if we're, next year, I don't want to jump too far ahead, but we're going to have to make decisions next year too. Yeah. Do we get even more aggressive next year, or do we just let it ride? There's some downsides to running high buck to doe ratios. There's published papers out there that show an impact on your fawn recruitment. And I've talked to some of my colleagues in other states that have some real concerns about that as well. I hope that answers your question.
Yep, no, that's good. Thanks, Scotty.
Commissioner Young.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you for the presentation, Mr. Schroeder. Are we at carrying capacity for any of the current deer herds in the state?
Yeah, thanks for the question, Commissioner Young. That is a really hard question to answer. It's a good question, but carrying capacity is, it's a very nebulous term out there. I don't think we probably are in the current conditions. We're probably looking at, growing potential for most of our herds because we're in this wet period. The true way to get at kind of carrying capacity is, to directly measure it, either by vegetation indices, which we don't really collect, or looking at animal condition. That's really the best metric, because that's going to tell you what the carrying capacity is kind of at that given time. It can fluctuate throughout the year. It can fluctuate year to year. That's why I can't give you a good answer on if we are at carrying capacity. I think our herds have room to grow. That's why we got rid of the doe hunts. But like I said, you try to stockpile bucks and you enter a drought period or something like that, then we really could be looking at carrying capacity issues on an individual unit.
Thank you. And just so everyone's clear as to the 30 to 100 generally, I'm pretty supportive of, or the alternative management 30 to 40. But in my opinion, with the kind of the higher carrying capacity because of the wet last 2 years, as well as the low numbers, is there any other biological evidence out there? You mentioned some studies, and I agree there's a lot of studies in other states where you have a high buck to doe ratio and they outcompete specifically on the winter range in hard winters, the fawns and does. I think that is a serious issue. But is there anything else outside of that? Because kind of where my head's at right now is that we're not really close. So I agree and totally understand the department's concern about getting a high buck to doe ratio, but I just want to see, is there anything outside of that kind of top end carrying capacity? Now the bucks are out competing the does and fawns, therefore negatively impacting the population.
Is there any, so I'll have to clarify.
Anything else outside of the, if we get close to carrying capacity, I'm agreeing there's a serious concern as to having a high buck to doe. Is there any other factors, why we shouldn't have a high buck to doe?
I mean, for me personally, it would just be needlessly limiting hunter opportunity when people just want to go hunt. They want to hunt and they're totally fine with hunting young to middle-aged bucks. But I don't see any other biological issues with that. When we start talking about disease, I mean, that is a whole can of worms. Luckily, we don't have CWD, or we haven't detected it yet. But if we did, it certainly is a concern there. And that's what some of these other states are very concerned about. But we don't have it, so we don't have to worry about it. But yeah, I can't think of anything biologically. It's mainly the competition for all the other animals.
Perfect. Thank you on that. And just so as we continue to go forward, my concern is for the, like you said, we've had a really rough go from the weather and multiple other factors. And going forward into them, it's a concern that we do have a good yearling crop. However, we've had a bad one in 22 because of the winter, and we've had some drought before that. So hopefully we have good coming forward, but we don't know what's coming forward. So that's just kind of one of my concerns as we kind of dive into these.
Yeah, and I guess I'll just add to a little bit maybe. I presented at the last commission meeting, I think it was in March, and I wish we had this. Waffle, we're working on a fact sheet about how harvesting bucks really doesn't have any impact on the trajectory of the herd. And I still stand by that. It has very little, at least at the levels we're looking at. You do have to have a minimum number of bucks, but it's so far below where we're at. It's like in the 5 to 10 range per males per females to maintain a minimum. Harvesting bucks really doesn't have an effect on the population. I know people have a hard time wrapping their head around that, at least on the population trajectory, because it's the females that drive the populations. The females are the ones having the babies. We were looking at bucks don't have babies as the title of the fact sheet. I don't know if we're going to land on that, but certainly removing the bucks has an impact on the buck population. That's sort of obvious, so that it affects your population that way, but it doesn't affect the trajectory of the population in terms of their productivity. And you're right, we have good conditions, so we have room to grow. But if it does impact, like I said earlier, if it does impact the bottom line, like if you're trying to run real high buck ratios, then it could impact your productivity.
Yeah, no, and thank you for that, Mr. Schroeder. And I completely agree with you. We're having a age class discussion today, not a population discussion. The population discussion was in the season settings when we removed all antlerless and doe hunts. That was the population discussion. Today it's age class.
Certainly.
Commissioner McNinch.
Thank you. Yeah, I think Cody just hit on the point that I was going to make, is that even at 30, we have competition, unnecessary competition, if you want to look at it that way, because we don't need that many in the herd to, what's the term that people use, service the herd? Is that how it's, so I thought it was more like 10 or 12, but 5 to 10, I mean, it's a low number. So, I thought 30 was always kind of a good place to land, and it provides opportunity, and then in a handful of areas where we have the higher buck to doe ratio for, to kind of try to take care of those folks that are into more of a quality take rather than an opportunity. It seems to have worked pretty well in the past. I think studies have showed, there was one done, it's been a long time now, where it was kind of a 50-50 split. About half the folks wanted an opportunity, and the other half wanted just to take anything, and the other half wanted an opportunity to take something more significant. So I felt like we've always done a pretty good job of balancing that myself. But
Commissioner Barnes.
Okay, thank you. I think everybody kind of knows how I feel about where we're headed here, but before I really get into it, I mean, I understand the buck ratios and the management for all that. I know the discussion today, I'm glad that Commissioner Young brought it up. We're talking about age class. But before I kind of get in, I'm going to back up just a little bit. That I want to thank the department, because when they did their spring survey, I was allowed to go on the flight where they classified those deer behind the ranch, from Harrison Pass to behind my neighbors. That's kind of the premier winter range for deer in Area 10, and they're highly concentrated. And like I said, I can't say enough about how much I appreciated being able to get on that flight. I picked up so much, learned so much from that flight. And like I say, besides just being up in the air, we flew over country that I know every rock, every patch of brush. So I knew it, so it was a lot of fun to be up there. But also, I've been really concerned about that deer herd. And when I got in the air, it confirmed exactly what I'd been feeling. I mean, we saw deer, but not like we should. In fact, when I was the prep where they're giving me the helmet and the suit, and they're giving me the safety instructions, and I'm getting a little deal, the pilot's sitting there having a sandwich, and he looks at me, he laughs at me, and he says, I want you to remember, he says, you asked for this. He said, he says, good years, he said, we're going to count 6,000 deer. He says, good years, we count 6,000. He says, don't worry, he said, you'll be fine this year. And so we get up there, and I think we did like 1,020 something, I think is where we ended up on that flight. So we were way down, but it was good. The deer that I saw, the body condition on them was excellent. We saw a lot of fawns, but we just didn't see the deer. And I got to tell you, and my compliments to the pilot and the biologist in counting those deer, because there's bunches, and they would keep them separate so they could get a good accurate count. And the communication between those two guys, okay, yeah, we got this bunch, let's go get this bunch. Oh, a couple more jumped up under here. Those guys did an absolutely excellent job of counting and classifying. I mean, I was really impressed. I mean, that helicopter was bucking and doing all kinds of stuff to keep everything. But like I say, it was really neat. It was very educational for me, and I really learned a lot. So with that said, when I got this information and I see what the spring count was, okay, you know, that's low, that's real low. And then I get over to the population estimate, and there's a 6,000 head difference. That's 60%. So basically, they're saying that they did not count 60% of the deer that were there. And that pilot and the biologist are too good to miss that many. So I guess that's kind of where I'm coming from today, is that I don't have a problem with managing for the buck ratios and everything with a little more weight put on what was actually counted. I mean, I realize you're gonna miss some. That's just, I mean, you're not gonna be perfect. But is it 60%? And then from what I saw with those guys, they're a lot better than that. I'm gonna say that they maybe missed 20, 30% the most. I mean, given that area, because those deer are concentrated, they were easy to see. So I guess that's kind of where my hang up is. I don't have really a problem with the ratios and stuff. I just like to see it based more off of the total. That's why I guess I kind of question the population estimate, because after being up there, I don't see how those guys there could be that big of a difference. And so I guess for now, that's as far as I'm going to go for now, and I'll wait till after we hear from the public, because I did sit in on the Elko cab, and that was quite eye-opening, listening to what happened there. But I'll get more into that later. But for now, that's where I'm going to leave it. But thanks again for the department for getting me up in the air. Man, that was a highlight this spring, and I really appreciate it. And like I say, it opened my eyes to a lot of stuff, and so it was good. Thanks.
Additional questions or comments? Or I guess I have one, Cody, and Sean referenced it when he started talking, you know, and you may have told us in the past, but when we're looking, I know part of the last year's observed fawn ratios going into your modeled, into the buck portion of the equation. So how many of those fawns are you guys counting as bucks? Is it 50%? When you guys factor that into for this year's hunt?
Yeah, so are you asking like what's the sex ratio of the fawns that we count?
Well, you're like Sean mentioned it too. A large portion of what we're anticipating for the bucks is the yearlings, basically, right?
Yeah.
So are we just assuming like a flat 50% of the fawns?
Yep.
Okay. And then how much of that, and you even referenced it, Sean did, that a lot of what's happening this year is we're missing a big age class, right?
Yeah.
So do you have a ballpark of how skewed you think we are to that lower age class now? I mean, I know it's a giant state, but.
Yeah, I mean, it really varies by unit level, honestly. I think, yeah, probably some of the bigger units, it's a little more noticeable, like Area 10, Commissioner Barnes mentioned, you know, we're definitely light on the older and mid-age class bucks there. But I honestly don't have a good ballpark number to give you. It's a big bulk of the projected, you know, numbers coming in is coming from the yearlings, basically. They're going to be yearlings here in June, and they'll be legal for harvest in, you know, the fall. So it's a good chunk, but it really varies. On the west side of the state, we don't really see those big fluctuations in those. And kind of if you look at our other metrics, I mean, we do use 4-point or better. We look at that. We look at hunt success, other things, and usually those track fairly well with each other. And we're really not seeing that as much. Like in the central and west part of the state, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, for me too, that's where I kind of have a problem. And I understand there are people that want to they'll have no problem killing yearling bucks. I don't think it's the majority of the hunters. But are we, and I get that they're factored into the equation, but are we just going to go squash a bunch of yearling deer this year?
Well,
I
you still
I
have to
also
consider-
understand Mother Nature could come and snatch everything out from under us next year too, right? It's a balancing act, I guess, but.
I guess I'll say that people still have the choice, right? Like there's definitely the trophy hunters and there's definitely the meat hunters out there, and some people are just in the middle. But we still have to factor in success rates, so we're not going to squash all the bucks because they're just not going to be that successful, unfortunately.
Understood, but we're justifying those numbers based off a giant portion of the
Right, and
yearling
we
bucks.
factor that into our success rates in our calculations.
Any additional questions or comments for Cody? All right, we'll take it out for cab comment. Cab comment in Reno.
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, for the record, Jim Cooney, Elko Cab. I feel like it's my job and my job to represent the constituents that we have and to meet the true purpose of the cabs, to bring the social aspect of game management to this particular commission. As Mr. Barnes said, he was in attendance. There were several other folks that are in the room were in attendance, either via Zoom or in person. And we had a good representation of sportsmen. We had guides. We had just general citizens who enjoyed being out of doors and watching wildlife. The main thing, the recommendations that came out from the group as they were presenting, there was not really a single individual in the room that referred back and saying, oh yeah, we think that quotas are good and we can go along with the proposed quotas. They ranged from that particular point to maybe we need to really look at reducing some numbers all the way to the point of a season closure in the three areas, in Area 6, Area 7, and Area 10. Three of the largest deer-producing areas in the state. As I said, you know, when somebody recommends closing the season, it kind of raises flags. We're looking at our herd numbers, approximately 10,700 deer in, I believe, in Area 10, down a little bit lower than that, 9,000 population estimate in Area 7, and down in the 6,000s in Area 6. You know, what the cab proposed was a 50% reduction across all age classes, youth, any legal weapon, archery, muzzle loader, any of those, cut those 50%. And kind of the general consensus with that is that with the reduction in bucks, it'll give those 3 units, it'll give those 3 units the ability to start to develop an age class. That tied with the action that was taken by this board to eliminate the doe hunt, that increases the productivity of the herds in those 3 areas. Couple that with, in my estimation and the biology that the classes that I was in and the genetics classes, the thing that I see is during the winters, the harsh winters that we had, we lost a lot of adults, not just fawns, adults, that those deer that made it through that period of time have got to have some superior genetics. I guess the thing that I'm asking this commission to do is we need to take a different look at how we're coming up with our management techniques. We must be missing something in the model and the way that we are doing things. It's time, I think, to try something different. One of the presenters during the CAB meeting said, you know, the definition of insanity is to do the same thing over and over and over again and expect different results. This is pretty dramatic. I know this is pretty dramatic, and I hope that you feel the same way, that it's dramatic, but we've got to do something to try to save the downward spiral that we've got in the 3 major herds that we've got in Elko County. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cooney.
Good morning, Kobe Rowe, Washoe Cab. In Washoe County, when you look at the quota recommendation forms, there was little to no aerial surveys. So there's not a lot of good information, and I believe the biologists are using the information they have the best they can. Since there was no surveys or little to no aerial surveys, we recommend that we hold the quotas consistent with the 2023-2024 season. Also, when you look at the quota recommendation forms, the deferral tags are added in addition to the quota. We'd like to see those added into the standard quota and not as an additional number on top. Our units don't have a lot of tags, so it does make a difference. We'd like to see that inside the standard quota. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mitch McVickers, White Pine. You've seen our recommendations, and we just feel like there's everybody at our meeting, the public we talk to, all feel like the deer herds are in such a poor condition and numbers that there's no need to increase any tags. And with all the habitat work too, in all the units, we feel like there's more room to let them herds expand. I don't know if you guys have been around Ely lately, but there's been a ton of work done. It's amazing in every unit. And it's been discussed. In our opinion, 22 and 13 seem to be the worst as far as the deer herds, and possibly not hunting them units for a few years. And I don't know what that would do, but everybody's wanting to try something because it's not good. And I think part of them units' problems was the keeping a biologist. It's been really hard. They've been rotating through there, and it just, when it seems like you have a biologist that's been in that unit for 10 years or 5 even, it seems to help a bunch, and them ones they're struggling. So we just would like to keep everything what they were last year and see what we can do for the deer. Thank you.
Thank you.
Joe Krim, Persian Cab. We just had a couple of
slight changes that we'd like to make, and that was keeping some of our units at the same quotas they were last year. And that would have been in that Hunt 1331, that any illegal weapon resident. The suggested was to go to 10, and it was suggested to go to 10, we'd like to keep it at 8. And for Hunt 1372, that's the muzzleloader non-resident, it was suggested to go to 2, we'd like it to stay at 1, which is last year's. And for the non-resident archery 1342, it was suggested to go to 2 by the department, and we'd like to keep it at 1. And while I'm up here, Cody said talk about juniors too. And that junior hunt, that 1107, 043, 44, and 46, the department had suggested 20, but we'd like to raise that one to 25. So that would kind of offset the other tags that we dropped and just move them to the juniors. Thank you.
Thank you.
Glenn Bunch, Mineral County Cab. On 1331, my time out in the field, I observed lots of deer. I didn't take the pictures this year, but I'll work on it so I can give you that presentation next time. However, the department recommended that we reduce to, in area 202 through 208, up, they recommended from 45 down to 40. We'd like to go back to 45, go up to. And on the 1371, the department recommended 5. We'd like to go back to 7. And California spent 3 days doing flying in the Wasik Range and the Bodie Hills. I don't know what come out of that. I know California is recommending more tags on their side of the line than we are having, and Nevada does not do or doesn't do a fly in a non-standard zones. So anyway, appreciate your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bunch.
For the record, Chrissy Pope, Nye County Cab. We have proposed to go back to the 2022-2023 quotas for Area 16 and Area 17. We're not seeing that middle class age group, and that's a concern to us. That's where we would like, of course, the whole state of Nevada, but especially our area, is to get to that middle class age group, give those small bucks time to grow up. With that being said, and I'm only going to quote my unit group, 161 to 164, we have proposed the archery hunt. Endow proposed 56. We wanted to decrease it to 50. And then the muzzleloader hunt from 30 to 15 with the non-resident hunt of 1. And then the early all-legal weapon hunt from 140 to 110, and non-resident from 10 to 3. The late all-legal weapon hunt from 15 to 10, and the non-resident to mimic that would be 2 tags because of the policy change. And then to offset that, because we understand what Endow is doing and stuff, we thought we would try to work with the model and stuff if we could increase the junior hunts from 45 to 60, giving the juniors a little bit of more opportunity. And for area 17, 171 to 173, the only change that we really wanted to see was that middle all legal weapons hunt. From 240, we proposed 190 for the resident, and then the non-resident from 20 to 15. And then the resident late all legal weapons from 55 to 30. These aren't huge asks, so we would hope that the commissioners, that you guys would support us. Thank you.
Thank you.
For the record, Ted McIlvain, Lander Cab. Last couple of years, I've been here asking to change the quotas to lower them than what was recommended. Well, this year we discussed and we decided we were going to go with the recommendation that biologist has presented us with. There was a lot of discussion about going back to 2022's numbers, going 5%. But what we looked at is the main reason, and we have a ex-Endow biologist and warden on our staff, and the main reason is they haven't done no surveys for the last 2 years. You know, granted, it's hard, it's expensive to get the flights. It's circumstances, biologists coming, biologists going, has hit Lander County just like it has the other areas. But one of his recommendations is, don't forget, you can drive, you can walk, get out there and do some surveys. You know, he said, you don't just need to fly. He said, get us something. It's hard to make these decisions, just like it's hard for us to ask you to do cuts and add. If we don't know, you don't know. So that was one of our big recommendations was, let's get better survey information. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional cab comment in Reno?
Commissioners, Giovanni Giordano, Humboldt County Advisory Board. I'd just like to touch on a couple comments here real quick. Mr. Barnes mentioned that he grew up in the area and could tell every brush, every rock. And in my area, 035, I've lived there growing up. You can go in there and recognize everything and can recognize the decrease in the deer herds in that area. I realize that buck to doe ratios, killing more bucks off isn't going to hurt the population, but I would like to touch on one thing. When you have small numbers of deer and those bucks during the illegal weapon season, lack of better terminology, the harassment of that herd, pushing those herds to try to harvest that one buck, one individual around the farming areas and such, you're running them does, you're running them fawns. We see kills and fences along that line. And if you just keep hammering them animals over and over, you're going to start to see a decline in the fawns and or the does. I just wanted to kind of touch on that real quick, just to let you know that the more number of buck tags you have out there, the more chance of harassment you do have on those animals, and it does take a small toll on that. That's all I have.
Thank you. Any additional cab comment in Reno? Any cab comment on Zoom? Doesn't look like any, so we'll open it up for public comment in Reno. Back it up 1 second.
Yeah, can you guys hear me? Trent Gordon, Eureka Cab. Our quota recommendation for all mule deer hunts in Area 14 reflect a 32 buck to 100 doe ratio versus the proposed recommendation with the 27 buck to 100 doe ratio. By this, we're hoping to move these young bucks into mature buck class, as we are at a 3-year average of around 70% harvest on 3-point or less. Our numbers shown in the table that was sent to you all by our cab chair, Jamie Halpin, is without rounding. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional cab comment on Zoom? All right, now we'll go to public comment.
Tim Humes from Reno, representing myself. So, yeah, I think Endow did a great job in their presentation this morning. And it seems to me like we manage some of the areas for success. We manage some of the areas for higher buck to doe ratios for trophy hunting, if you want to call it that. But it seems like the age structure seems to be a little out of whack right now. So if we lower the quotas now, get the age class back into whack, and then go back to our 30 bucks per 100 does that seem to have served us well over time, I just think that might be something for everybody to consider. The only other thing I'd like to say is I'd like to see more surveys in some of these areas, especially northern Washoe. It's kind of near and dear to my heart. I really wish I knew more what was happening up there. And I understand we can't stockpile wildlife, but you know, for a year or two, me personally, I'm willing to roll the dice to do that. That's it.
Thank you.
Steve Robinson, Washoe resident, speaking for myself.
A few years ago, then Director Wassley did a presentation, a PowerPoint presentation for you about the poor job that Washoe is doing with our recommendations. And a major part of that presentation was a survey that was done that seems to be a major guiding principle, a document for this department, that quality bucks is what sportsmen want in Nevada. 4-point bucks, quality deer, seeing quite a few deer on the landscape is what sportsmen want. There's nowhere that I've seen that somebody wants to spend 5 points to shoot a forky. That's been alluded to here today, but I've never seen that. And if somebody could show me that that's what sportsmen want, I just don't believe it. As far as the carrying capacity, this has been a discussion that we've had at the Washoe mule deer team for a while. In Washoe County, we have fewer deer, total population, than we had tags 15 years ago. I don't think that we're running out of available habitat. Director Janae did a really good job when he was in charge of habitat. That's why he's there now. Mark Freese is doing one hell of a good job. Our habitats, we're working on that and doing a good job on that. I don't think that's our limiting factor. And I can't imagine that the few bucks that we do have with the low population, those few bucks are out competing all the does and fawns and ruining the population. Thank you.
Thank you.
Joe Zwiefel here. I feel we should maybe keep it the same for this year as we did last year. Let the age class grow up. If we feel that it gets way out of whack, why can't we have like fork and horn hunts like we have spike elk hunts to get it back into management for buck to doe ratios, but still letting the age class grow up, at leaving it this year, maybe next year. We'll just see how it goes. Instead of worrying about like what may happen next year for weather. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional public comment in Reno?
Good afternoon or morning. My name is Jim Purrier. I'm a native Nevadan, 4th generation, and I've been an outfitter since 1985. So I've enjoyed Nevada immensely, but I've seen a really tough trend in mule deer population. It's down so much since, I was a kid. You can't even compare it. What I'm hearing is everybody would like a balance with opportunity and quality. And it makes no sense to me to count fawns into the quotas formula. You don't do an antelope, you don't do an elk, you don't do an sheep. I don't understand the logic there, especially when we have an age class plummeting faster than the numbers. So I would recommend looking in that formula. If you just take the fawn 51% male or 50% out of the tag formula, that makes sense to me. You're still not hammering the quotas, but you're letting those little young bucks grow up a little bit. You'll keep a lot of people happy. I have 15 bonus points. I'll have 16 next year. I love the meat. It's cheaper to go to Mario and buy one of his cows. So, it's not, I love hunting, but you can go hunting for upland game, waterfowl, predator, all that. So I think having a few less deer tags to grow the herd quality and would make a lot of sense. The only thing we really have a great control on is predators. I appreciate the board putting the question on the application, do I want my predator money to go study predators? For the last 20 years, it hadn't done anything. Put it on the ground. Do some harvesting, you can affect that. And then tag quotas is the other thing we have. Every year we have a opportunity to help. So thank you for your time and good luck with the deer herd. So, thanks.
Thank you. Any additional public comment in Reno? Seeing none, public comment on Zoom.
Go ahead, Ms. Linton.
Thank you. This is Linda Linton. I'm on the Coalition for Nevada's Wildlife, but I'm speaking on my own behalf. And now live in Smith Valley, Nevada. in Lyon County. I have 2 herd a day on my property, and it reminds me of what it used to be like in Washoe County. I've hunted all over the state, I should say northern Nevada. I had a tag last year in Elko County, and there were people driving 4-wheelers everywhere and pushing deer herds around. And honestly, if we could get, I know that that may not be allowed, but it's happening, and it's happening in a campground area. And everybody was coming back with 2-year-olds. They weren't looking for, I look for mature bucks to keep the genetic balance going. I don't, think that hunting, a 2-point is a good idea in areas where the deer population came down because, of our snowstorms that year. So we got to do something more when we're doing surveys. That's number one. Thank you.
All right, additional public comment on Zoom? No? All right, with that, I will bring it back to the commission for further discussion. Everybody's really quiet.
Mr. Chair, I don't know if you can hear me or not.
Yep.
This is-
Oh, go ahead, Vice Chair Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple of comments that I had today, and that is, I spent a lot of time looking at all of this information that's been presented. Also sat in on a number of CAB meetings and fielded many conversation from the various CABs around the state as well. And I think the general consensus out there is that yes, certainly sportsmen and women are looking for opportunities. However, not at the expense of the deer herds. And I think we heard it here today as well from some of the CABs and public comments. So certainly opportunity is a piece of the puzzle, but clearly evident that sportsmen and women are very concerned with our deer herds. Also, the notion of carrying capacity came up, and I just feel that given where we're at with our deer herds and so far below carrying capacity in many of these units, that again it's just kind of hard to justify some of these increases in tag numbers. Specific to CAB member Vickers, who spoke on areas 131, area 13, if you will, area 22, if you will, and some of the changes that have taken place in those units over the last couple of years. So specific to area 22, when I looked at the surveys, the fall surveys were down, the spring surveys were down, the 4-point or better numbers were down. So anyway, some of the successes as well, and yet a 45% increase being proposed in tags in that unit. So anyway, I just have a hard time with some of these numbers and supporting, knowing that, again, just how far under carrying capacity that we are. And anyway, just wanted to make those comments.
Thank you. Any additional commission comments or thoughts?
God. So we've heard from the department, I'm going to bring up the irony thing. I mean, it was mentioned in some of the comment, and I get it. I mean, Steve, you and I have talked before, back and forth in the audience here. I get it. I feel the same way with the bear stuff, that you're feeling the same way about the deer stuff that I feel with the bear. So I understand, the concern and the comments that are coming out. From a biological standpoint, what I hear the department saying is, if we're not careful, we're going to kill our deer herd with kindness, in a sense. So, I understand the concept of of backing off and trying to give things a chance to settle down and improve. But at the same time, the counterintuitive part of this is that sometimes you got to remove animals to make to make the herd healthier or to keep it healthy. Cody, am I off base on that?
Yeah, you're correct. I mean, that's my opinion, I guess. I don't know that that's what we have to do, but that's my opinion.
Right. So we're balancing the biological aspect. The department's telling us, from what I'm hearing, if we're not careful, we're going to cross this line. If we don't take enough deer, I understand the carrying capacity. I've asked that question for years and years. That's the one thing that the department's been so consistent about. We can't tell you precisely where we're at. It's very labor intensive, a lot of factors, a lot of variables. It's hard to pin down. Recognizing that Cody believes that, yeah, we've got some room for growth. But if we're not careful, then, if we swing and miss, then we're going to set things back even further. And I think for me, I have room to work with the numbers a little bit. But if we're not careful, we're gonna go the wrong way too far, and it's gonna cost us even more. I mean, if I'm wrong, please correct me. I mean,
And I guess real quick, and then we'll let Commissioner Barnes go. But I do recognize, I think the public would need to recognize if we scale it back next year, the following year, and then Cody has mentioned it, these numbers are going to go up. That's what's going to happen unless we have another,
right,
natural disaster.
Unless we just have a die-off.
Exactly, but we do, and I do recognize that. I think we all recognize that. We scale it back, but if these buck-to-doe ratios keep going up, next year we're going to have the same conundrum,
Look what happened with the elk. We allowed those numbers to, those numbers went way up, and to bring them back in line, we had to get super aggressive for about 5-year period of time. I don't know, where's Cody at? And it was distasteful. People were upset about the number of elk that we were taking out of the population. I mean, it was substantial. And it was upsetting a lot of people, but that's what it took to correct. And the same thing, we're right there at that juncture right now with this. I understand that the please try anything. I get it. But we've got a certain hand, and
I'd just like to second the chair's comments that if we do scale it back, that will be then 2 years of scaled back. And if we get a good another 12, 18 months of wet weather, the next quota meeting could be, the commission might be in a position where we do have an extremely high buck-to-doe ratio and an increasing population.
Chairman?
Let's let Commissioner Barnes go, then we'll let you go, Cody.
I just want to address Commissioner McDinch. I would love to be at that point where all of a sudden we're having to have these discussions because we got too many. But right now, we are so far below, especially like in Area 10. I mean, just what I observed, from 1,000 on a good year, or 6,000 on a good year to 1,000 this year. We got room to go. So at this point, I know what's ahead. I hope I know what's ahead of us. That's my goal. I want to get to that point where we're having this conversation that maybe we have too many out there, but we got a way to go yet. So I understand what you're saying, and I'm there, but I think right now we got a ways to go to get there. And I welcome the time when we're there. And I think if we do see these things going, it's not going to go so fast that we're not going to be able to keep up as a commission. We're going to monitor them. We're going to see these things going so that we can start ratcheting it up a little bit so that it doesn't just come up and slap us upside the head. So like I say, I want to get to that point, and that's kind of where I am today, is that, numbers are down. I want to get to that point where we're having these discussions that what are we going to do because we got so many. That's my goal. I want to see a large, good age class, sportsmen are going out seeing a lot, and we're having to talk about limiting numbers, and we're having carrying capacity issues. That's where I want to be. And so whatever that takes, that's where I am.
All right, Cody, you had some.
Yeah, so I'll just take a stab at, we covered a lot of territory there on the public comment and the cabs, but there were some great points brought up. So I just want to start by acknowledging, I don't want to make it appear that I am, I guess, disregarding public comment or cab input, because I highly respect all these opinions. And there were some great points brought up, including Commissioner Barnes. I mean, I get it. And I remember, I wanted to say I appreciate you when I first met you out on your ranch and I met your dad. You guys let me go on your property to go pick up deer collars. That was I'd only been in Nevada for like a year. And I get it. We're not seeing the deer. It's Elko County is probably the worst case scenario. The points I wanted to bring up about age and things like that, I want to just kind of acknowledge that we're putting our best foot forward as a department. We do our best. We literally risk our lives in the helicopter collecting this data and spend a lot of money. So I don't want to just discount that either. So that's where I'm at. I appreciate Mr. Cooney's comments too from the Elko cab. I do know that he's representing the people that showed up at that meeting, and I get their concerns. I really do. I would be in the same boat if I was him arguing on that behalf. I've heard that similar sentiment from others. I feel a little bit like I'm in the silent majority, just speaking up for people who just want the opportunity to go deer hunting. But I'm hearing a lot of talk about age class. Finally got our, so I brought this up. You know, we do collect this data on a unit by unit basis, so you can kind of get a glimpse here of just what age class is out there. Now this is from last year. 4-point or better is kind of one of our gauges for mature bucks. I know it's not perfect. A 4-point is not necessarily a Boone and Crockett buck or a record book buck for sure. But Washoe County is pretty high. It's on the higher end of the spectrum. It's in ranges from the 50s to 60s. We got some units that are down. If you go to area 6, we're at 38%. 065, where I want to cut this by 50%, all these units, 43. Area 7, 38%. 081, 63%. Rubies, 27%. We're definitely down, but that has historically been true for Area 10. Some great points were brought up by the public too. Mr. Humes, Mr. Zwiefel, Mr. Purrier. I think these are all ideas that we can incorporate. We can't do it right now. I acknowledge, that's why I brought up the idea of having some kind of workshop or something where we could look at point class. We could take yearling bucks out of the equation if that's the purview of the commission, similar to what we do for antelope. However, I'll point out for antelope, it's a slightly different deal there because, you know, yearlings aren't legal for the harvest and horns longer than years. That's why we take those out. But we certainly could try to better account for that and try to more fine-tune our age class. I think those are great points. If that is the direction that we're provided, we will definitely bring that forward in the future. I think where we're at today is, you know, do we just want to err on the side of caution and let the herds grow and let some bucks come in? But, you know, you hit on it. It's going to be hard to catch up to it on the buck ratios, especially next year. And I want to see a good scenario too, where we have too many deer to harvest and the herds are growing. But I do have some concerns, you know, about the top end there. So I will say that in general, most of the cab recommendations I thought were pretty reasonable. I think we can work with most of those, honestly. Yeah, we can talk about specific ones if you want to get into them.
I guess, Cody, did you compile, I know in the years past, I don't know if you did it this year, did you compile where you had the cab recommendations with proposed quotas?
So we tried to do that, but we didn't get a consistent response. I have them handwritten down on my form. And I don't even know if they're accurate. I can put them up and we can, you know, go through them.
I mean, there's a lot, that might just be the easiest, to be honest with you, unless anybody else got a better plan. Commissioner Barnes?
Yeah, I took some notes too when we were going through, and I got some of them, but I don't have all of them, so I can only imagine what you're trying to pull together up there, Cody.
Okay, so it could get a little bit messy, if I'm being honest.
I think the biggest challenge for us, I was trying to write them down too, is flipping back and forth between, unit numbers, because it's just, we just have a stack of paper, so when we're hearing hunt units, and then we're hearing hunt numbers and resident, non-resident, I mean, it's hard to, so I think going through this process is not gonna be as painful, to be honest.
So just, yeah, so if we want to start with juniors, I'll throw out an example that's a little difficult because there weren't specific, in some cases, like for instance, the Elko cab, cutting things by 50%. For the most part, that's pretty easy to figure out. But like for juniors, for instance, we split out these into these alternatives. We don't really have, and some of the white pine cab recommendations were to go back to last year's quotas, which, now we've got them split up. So I don't know how you want to tackle that. Starting with juniors, and then, I've got them, each one here. I hopefully grabbed these correctly. For instance, the Nye County one, I don't think I had that originally, but if I heard right, Chrissy saying that they wanted actually an increase of 60. But I would have to have her clarify that. There is, here's most of them. And I did go through, like with the Elko cabs, and I just calculated 50%, rounded down. Washos, for instance, they just want to take away the deferred tags in some units, so we'd just be looking at, like a difference of one tag from 36 to 35, from 9 to 8. For some units, and then go back to last year on 021, 022, I believe. Then there was some shifting of tags into the juniors. I think I captured Lincoln cabs. We didn't hear from them today. They actually just want to shift some tags into 231, or go back to last year's for juniors, I guess. But I honestly don't know that I captured every single one. And then there was some issues with the non-residents. We have been going away from the policy 24 on the minimum of 2. So we have our own recommendations. Some of them are 1. I guess just point of clarification on the deferred tags. I wasn't going to bring this up, but since I already did, we were just trying to, the direction I was provided is just to basically add those tags on so that, because they're basically already issued, and we need to account for them in the draw so that everybody that puts in for the draw has kind of a true chance to get the tags that we would be recommending. And then the guys that already got these deferred tags, they're just add-on. But we can certainly take them out and take them away as well. Or just the Washoe ones. I wasn't sure on their motion if they wanted all deferred tags taken out or just the Washoe ones.
Commissioner McNinch.
Maybe we could do this. I mean, it's overwhelming, Cody. Can we just have the cabs that are here at least come up and just go through their stuff again? They know it like the back of their hand. They can go, if they can just take it easy so that we can mark these things down on our forms. And then once we're done, Cody, if you have information on the ones that didn't present, maybe you can help us fill in the blanks on some of those. And then we can have the conversation about what to do with the deferrals and, that kind of stuff. And just see where we're falling out. Maybe we're all talking apples and apples and we don't know it yet. I don't know.
Commissioner Barnes.
Yeah, kind of tagging along that idea. I like since the cabs are here with their suggestions, but could we do it maybe by like a hunt number? And whether we start with the juniors or we start with any legal weapon, but let's just do one hunt at a time. Cody can go through what he has. The cabs are sitting here, they can kind of check as we go. And then if what Cody had is right, we're good. If not, he can make the corrections, but then we can tear into this. Basically 100, rather than go through all the juniors and then try to come back again. But let's take care of one, get it taken care of, and then move on to the next one, get it taken care of, so that we can kind of piece this up a little bit rather than try to attack it all at once.
It sounds painful, but I don't think it has to be that bad.
Yeah, that's what I mean, but if we could do it a little bit at a time, it would make it
Maybe
simpler
they
for
could
my
just sit
small
up here,
mind.
so, yeah, they're coming.
I mean, I think that sounds like a good idea as well, Commissioner Barnes.
Yeah,
to be
I
honest,
agree,
we-
but I'd ask the cabs to sit right here in the front and sit right behind the department and because there's a lot of moving parts, so. If everybody wants to come back up and we'll go through the cab recommendations. And I guess if we're gonna go through one at a time, we'll start with just through the list, see if any cabs had any comments on the resident junior mule deer hunt primitive antlered only, archery or muzzleloader. All right, I'm not seeing any there. We'll go to the resident junior mule deer antlered only, any legal weapon hunt, 1106. Did any alternate cab quotas on that one?
So I think, yeah, we might have blazed by a few. I mean, I don't want to, I guess I wasn't clear on the white pine and elko would probably be the ones for the primitive juniors. If they want to go back to last year's, we could go back to last year's approved quota for any legal weapon. I don't know if this helps to show you, but like for instance, 131, we had 8 tags last year. And with the new changes, we're projecting 25 in the any legal weapon and 15 for the primitive. So if we want to go back to last year's, I don't know, we could take the 8 and split it in half, so 4 and 4. That would be one option. And then Elko's is pretty easy. We could just cut all these in half. Like 065 would be 6 to 3. 7 would be, either 3 or 4, depending on how you want to round it. So that's on 1105, and then 1106. I do have Lincoln County wanting to increase 2-1 from 25 to 30. Hopefully that's correct. And then again, Elko's would be 4-2 and 10-5.
Commissioner Keel.
I don't know if that makes sense, but.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. And I guess we should clarify with the Elko cap that their intention was to actually cut the juniors tag, but I'm inclined to leave the junior tags as is. And if we're gonna make cuts for these sportsmen that want, the larger or more mature age class structure, then we can take the cut there. But, I did receive some comments that it's unfortunate. I mean, the juniors are in the same boat, and if we don't do anything, it's a lesson that they need to learn as well. But I would be inclined to leave these the same and give the juniors certainly a better opportunity.
Mitch, Victor's White Pine. I apologize. We discussed this, but we kind of, that night going through our meeting, we talked about the split in these units, but we really didn't go back to the quotas on this split. We kind of overlooked it, so. I'm not sure which route to go there, honestly.
Thank you, Mitch. I'm more inclined with Commissioner Keel to just leave the juniors as is, to give the juniors more opportunity myself, so. All right. I mean, saying that, I guess we have some actually increased recommendations in the regular junior hunt, so let's go through those. So resident junior mule deer, antlered only, hunt number 1107. If the cabs want to get up and let us know what their proposals were there.
Joe Krim, Persian Cab, and we had just wanted to raise it to 25. The department had wanted it to be 20, and we wanted it to go to 25.
And just for clarity, that's 043, 044, and 046.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
For the record, Chrissy Pope, Knight County Cab. On the 161 to 164, the junior hunt, the recommendation was 45. We wanted to up it to 60 to offset what we did with the adult hunts. And that was it for the junior hunts.
Thank you.
Kobe Row Washoe Cab. And to make it easy, the 2023 quota that were approved is what we recommended. So, and I can go over those units if you want, but under 1107, 011 to 013, 015, 021, 022, and 033, we'd recommend to stick with the last year's quota. The remark about the deferral tag, when you look at, say, unit 014 alone, there were 2 tags, I believe, in 014, with 8 tags available when we get to that hunt for any illegal weapon. It makes a difference. So, thank you.
Thank you. All right, any additional cab comment here in Reno? I think I also had Lincoln County wanted to up 231 to 40, if I remember right. Does that match what you have, Cody?
Yeah, so we're on 1107 only now?
Yes.
Yeah, yep, Lincoln Cab was 40. I got the Washoe ones. I believe Eureka they want to cut 141 from 130 to 106. That was in their minutes. Cut the junior 1107, 141 to 145, from 130 to 106. And then I guess the Elko one would just be 50% of all the Elko areas.
2023 quota, the comparison, that's what we were looking at.
Oh, so you want to cut 50 of last year's?
Off of that.
Okay. That's not what I had up earlier, sorry. I mean, if you have them, I don't want to do wrong math.
So Jim, what did you want to do? Half of last year's quotas?
Yes.
Not of this year's?
Is that for all or just the juniors, I guess?
It was basically for Jim Cooney, for the record. Yeah, looking at the 2023 quotas, they were, in my mind and the group's mind, more consistent because the 2024 proposed quotas had exactly what Commissioner Keel was talking about, with a 100% increase in tags in certain areas. So the base number that we were looking at is on the 2023 quotas and going from there.
Is that correct, Jim? So from 340 in Area 6 down to 170?
Yeah.
Area 7 down to 130, and Area 10 to 200?
I think so, yeah. It's straight 50.
Yeah, my apologies on that. I guess that teaches me a lesson. I should go to these cab meetings to see what they're saying, or attend them virtually if I can. But I was presuming that it was 50% of what we were recommending. That's what I showed earlier, so I apologize for that. But I think Sean has them correctly there. That's what I have too.
And then I would ask White Pine, I know White Pine had some alternate recommendations on some of their other units, if they had any on this specific to 1107, to the junior hunt. In like 111 through 113, 121.
That's where we said last year's quotas for everything. And then, like I said, the two split of the 1105 and 1106, we discussed that, but we did not, kind of looked over that.
Okay. All right, or do we have everything captured in 1107 from the cabs? Is there any cab comment on Zoom? No? All right. Okay, we're gonna move ahead. So we're gonna go to hunt number 1331, any legal weapon, resident mule deer. So I'd ask the cabs to get up and provide us with their proposed recommendations.
For the record, Chrissy Pope, Nye County Cab. For area or unit group 161 to 164. For the archery hunt.
We're doing any legal weapon.
Oh,
We're trying
any
to
legal-
keep it per.
Okay, so early, any legal weapon, we're proposing 110. It was 140 this year. Non-resident, are we doing non-resident?
No, just resident.
Okay, and then the late hunt from 15 to 10. And then 171 to 173. The middle season, all legal weapon, from 240 to 190. And then the late, all legal weapon, from 55 to 30. And I thought I had one more sheet. And for area 251, the early, all legal weapon, from 20 to 15.
I don't know, that one, we only had one hunt in there, and it was that 10.
For the 251?
251, yep.
October 5th or November 2nd, recommendation is 10.
I don't know where this paper came from then. Okay, then we'll leave it. Thank you.
Okay, on area 6, for the record, Jim Cooney. We've gone through with early. We haven't changed any of those, have we? 50%. Yeah. Our recommendation is just linear right across each one of the units as well as the hunt groups. Yeah, that's. Yep.
Kobe Row Washoe Cab, so for 1331, we would recommend you stick with the 2023 quotas, 011 to 013 at 35, 014 at 8, 015 at 10, 021 at 20, 022 at 35, 033 at 15, 194 to 196 actually increased. And again, if we can keep that at 30, that's a quality unit that I know a lot of people put in for specifically for better age class deer. Did you get that, Sean?
Joe Krim, Persian cab. In that unit 041 to 042. I know, I'm waiting on you. Are you ready? Go ahead. We just wanted to take those tags to 8 instead of 10, which was proposed. That was it. Thank you. No changes on the other side.
Do you want me to read through each one, or do you have them all there?
I don't have them all.
Okay.
Sorry, Mitch. We'll probably have to start off with
111? So yeah, 111 through 113 early would be 170. 111 through 113 late would be 10. 114, 115 early, 65. 114, 115 late, 5. 115, 5. 121 early, 40. 121 late, 5. 131 early, 25. 131 late, 3. And jumping down to 221 early at 80, and 221 through 223 late at 6.
.202, 205 through 208, 45, same as last year. Thank you.
And then I guess ask Cody, Lincoln County, didn't they have an alternate recommendation on 231?
Yeah, their recommendation was 125 in the early. So we're recommending 50, 221, 221 to 223 early. They want to go from 150 to 125. And then White Pine, they want to go to 80. And I don't think there was anything on the late.
Okay. And then did Lincoln have anything on 231?
They did. They want to cut 10 tags off from 62 to 52, which I believe they added to the juniors. So they actually increased the juniors. They just swapped them. And I think I got everything else.
Cody, did you get Eureka Counties? Because I know they sent a letter in with their recommendations, and
I do.
I made some notes there.
I have 141 to 145. They want to go. We're recommending 350. They want 297. And 141 late. We're recommending 35. They want 32.
Yeah, and I know in the letter they stated they actually worked with they spent some time with the biologist to come up with something that was good for all of them. So just so we get theirs, they're not here today, so just so we get
Yeah,
theirs.
no, I think we negotiated something at the CAB meeting with the buck ratio, so that's where they came up with those numbers. Oh yeah, 141 to 141 to 145 early. We're recommending 350. They're recommending 297. 141 to 145 late. We're recommending 35. They're recommending 32.
Mr. Gordon would like to speak.
Yeah, and Trent Gordon from Eureka Cab's on the Zoom, so you could let Trent in.
Yeah, Trent Gordon, Eureka Cab. Yeah, so during our cab meeting, we did plug in a bunch of numbers to try and not have such a big increase from last year's quotas. So that's where we came up with the 297. Like I said, they're not rounded, but we felt that from last year being 200 for the 141, 145 early hunt at 200 tags to increase up to 350, we'd like to go in baby steps instead of all at once.
Thank you. Commissioner Barnes.
Yes, and then On my notes, I have 151, 156, a 25% decrease. Now, I can't remember where I saw that. Did anybody address that unit?
151 to 156?
Yeah.
So,
Was
yeah,
there
I
a
think he's-
recommendation
he's
from
here.
somewhere on that where there was a decrease in it, or what am I seeing?
Ted McIlvain, Lander Cab. Yes, we elected to go with the department's recommendations.
Okay. Someplace else I thought I saw that, but maybe those were just my notes when I was looking at population estimates and stuff.
Commissioner Young?
Thank you. Just a quick question for Jim. Would you have any heartburn on 065 and 081? They're half, but they're pretty low in quotas as is, if we kept them the same as in 2023. I'd kind of like to see those stay as 2023 instead of going down to 10, keeping 065 at 20. And then in 081, instead of going from 30 to 15, just keep that at 30. Just because they're lower numbers.
What was the one for 081?
Just keep it at the 2023. 30. Keep it at the rack. So essentially, we just keep them at your racks.
Got it.
Yeah. Instead of cutting them in half.
All right, are we good on any illegal weapon hunt 1331? Nobody's talking, so we'll keep going. Muzzleloader, resident 1371. I guess if the cabs want to get up and give us their proposed alternate recommendations.
For the record, Chrissy Pope, Nye County Cab. For the resident muzzleloader hunt for 161 to 164. Indow recommended 30, we've recommended 15. And and 171, 173, we left it the same.
Thank you.
Jim Cooney for the record. Again, 50%. 6, 7, yeah, yeah. Oh, 6.
From last year's figures?
Yes. That's what we've done on these others, so. 065, that was a question that Commissioner Young was just asking about there, so.
You want to keep those the same then?
Keep it then, yeah, at the same level under 2023 level.
Kobe Row Washoe Cab, and again, we'd like to keep those 2023 quotas. And there's one exception here, maybe I can yield to Cody once I go through these, but 011 to 013, 4, 014, 2, 015, 5. And this is the one, Cody's recommending 1, and this unit in particular has a deer that migrated in from California. So I'll yield to Cody on that. I would actually say that probably should be the 1. 021, 5, 022, 5, 194, 196, or sorry, 33, 033. Again, they're lowering this one for the Sheldon, so last year was 5, and he's got a recommendation in here of 3. 194, 196, 5.
Mitch McVickers, White Pine. Oh, yeah. You're good.
Should be 5. 2, 015. 015 is 1? Yeah. That's what we just said. Okay. 021.
Would you say 133? 133. That was another one I'll yield to Cody. He's recommending a lower quota of 3 this year in Shelton. And that area probably deserves a low number right now.
So go to 3.
Yeah.
That's just what we have.
You got 194, 196 is okay with 5 and 6. That's on. Oh, 2020. 4. He's got it. Yeah, okay.
You ready?
Yeah.
All right. 111 through 113 would be 16. 114, 115 is the same at 25. 121, 7. 131 through 134, 3. And then 221 through 223 is 4.
.202, 225, 205, and same as last year, 7.
And then I think we had some from Eureka as well. They can, I don't want to speak for them if they're on the Zoom,
Trent,
but
he is on. You can let Trent on real quick.
Yeah, for Trent Gordon, Eureka Cab, for 141 to 145, muzzleloader proposed was 70, and we did 58.
and then the only other one that I had was Lincoln County actually had for 221 to 223, they were recommending 12. We are recommending 20. White Pine is recommending 4. And then I guess while I'm here, if you guys can if we go with these alternative quotas, I would like to get some direction on how to proceed with the primitive weapons in the future, because some of these are going to be going back. We're shifting away from our new demand, if you will. So it's just, maybe we need to do it by a county basis or something like that.
No, and I was going to mention that too. We're doing some wholesale cuts here, right? With policy 24 that we approved, next year this is just going to look like chaos again. I absolutely recognize that. Hope everybody else does too. But by doing next year, we're going to be in another conundrum.
No, I had the same thoughts as well. When we started this process, I was trying, how are we going to keep all this straight? You know, if you do a certain percentage, it's pretty easy, because then you just multiply everything out by a percentage. But yeah, this is going to be, I hear what you're saying. No answers, but I hear what you're saying.
We haven't committed to anything. We're just trying to get a feel for where we're at. We're still trying to figure out what everybody's trying to tell us, to be honest with you.
Yeah, and I agree with Commissioner McNinch. But we do recognize when we get to these two and the next one, the can of worms, we might be dumping more worms in the can, so.
So for the muzzleloader 1371, 221 to 223, they were recommending a quota of 12.
All right, is that everything on hunt number 1371?
So are we leaving it at 4?
I believe
Well, I guess for now, we can have that discussion. I think we're just kind of for the commission to kind of get a look at all of it, and then we'll have to make a final decision. So let's go to the resident mule deer antlered archery hunt 1341 and see what the CAB's recommendations are on those.
For the record, Chrissy Pope, Nye County Cab Archery Hunt. We recommend, for 161 to 164, we recommended 50. And then for 171, 173, we're good with NDOT's recommendations. Thank you.
We did discuss the policy 24, when, with the quotas, we weren't sure the way the commission wanted to approach the cuts, like if we went with any legal weapon and the percentage off of that, or how it was gonna be done, but. 111 through 113 would be 25. 114, 115 is 70. 121 early, 9. 121 late, 5. 131 through 134, 4. And then 221 through 223, 15.
Jim Cooney for the record. Just straight 50% off of that. All right. 065, we'll keep that consistent with, leave it as is.
4 or 5?
Last year's, yes. $95, is it 85? Yeah, 95. Yes, yes, the same as we had with 065. Okay. Okay.
Cobra Row Washoe Cab, 4 Hunt 1341, consistent with last year in all units. 011 to 013, 15. 014, 2. 015, 3. 021, 15. 022, 6. 033, 7. 194, 196 early, 4. And then the 194, 196 late was higher at 15. Good. Oh.
Same as last year. 202, 205, same as last year.
So there's no change there, Glenn, right?
If we could let Trent back on real quick.
Mr. Gordon, I'm just going to leave you unmuted, and when the chair asks for you, you can comment, please.
Okay. Trent Gordon, Eureka Cab. Proposed was 170. We went with 142.
Thank you. I think that's everything. Or did Lincoln have any alternate, Cody, on the?
Yeah, so for Lincoln County, they recommended for 221 to 223 a quota of 30. We're recommending 50. White Pine, 15. Is what I have. Nothing for 231.
Was there an alternate, was there a different number for 211 through 213 from White Pine?
No. I think that's in
Right.
Nye. or Esmeralda. I don't know. There was no recommendation for there.
So really, I think we could stop there, because what I think is gonna have to happen is we're gonna have to have the commission on these resident hunts is probably gonna have to come to terms with what we wanna go with. And then what I anticipate, I think what we've done before, Cody, is we might have to give you a little break to recalculate the non-resident numbers.
Yeah, it would.
Yeah.
I tried to do that, but mine were based on
No,
the
I
wrong
mean,
numbers, so.
I'll kind of give you what my thought is let's make a decision on resident mule deer. We'll take a break for lunch, and unfortunately for Cody, he won't get a break for lunch.
Fair enough.
But you could come to terms on the non-resident side. Does that sound reasonable?
Yeah, no, I can do that.
Okay. So with that, I'm gonna bring it back to the commission for further discussion. Commissioner Keel.
Yeah, thanks, Chair Caviglia. I guess, you know, everybody's been talking about baby steps. I think I'm going to make a motion for the junior portion and see where that goes. And with that, I'll move to approve those portions of CR 24-2012 for unit, let's see, for resident junior mule deer, primitive antlered only archery or muzzleloader hunt, 1105 as presented. Resident junior mule deer antlered only any legal weapon hunt, 1106 as presented. Resident junior mule deer antlered only archery muzzleloader and or legal weapon hunt, 1107 as presented with the following changes. And unit group 043, 044, and 046, increasing that quota from 20 to 25, increasing unit group 161 through 164 from 45 to 60, and increasing unit group 231 from 30 to 40.
Okay, we have a motion. All right, we have a motion from Commissioner Kill, a second from Commissioner Wise. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay, motion carries unanimously.
You know, Mr. Chairman, I've made a big deal about the youth tags. I appreciate that. It's hard to decipher at this point, you know, what some of our changes did earlier versus, you know, where we're at with our mule deer herds. So I appreciate that there's an effort to get these youth out in the field. And I appreciate, you know, the cabs that were able to maneuver some of their tags from, you know, spot A to spot B to help them out. So I appreciate that people are thinking about it, so.
All right. Any legal weapon, antlered mule deer. What is everyone's thoughts on that?
I'm good with all the cab recommendations. The only thing is that on 221 and 223, we have a discrepancy between cabs. I think that's the only one. And
Mr.
so-
Chair,
Vice Chair Rogers.
thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I was going to speak on that real quickly as well. I noticed the discrepancies there. In light of the fact that we did increase junior tags in that unit, 221 through 223, that we had an increase in junior tags from last year, I would be more inclined with White Pine County's recommendation of staying the same as last year with 80. 80 for the early and 6 for the late.
Okay, then I guess I'll.
Yeah, and I just want to mention, like, the Elko cuts are massive, right? They're huge. And I think we're erring on the extreme side of conservatism there. Commissioner Young.
And I second that, and I'm probably, you know, obviously want to hear where Commissioner Barnes is always on Elko County, and Mr. Cooney. Is Scott Roberts, is he in the building? Just want just a little more information, if he has any kind of information. Again, I'm not against it, but just because these are the most extreme out of all of them. You know, going back to 2023 is one thing, but I just want to get Mr. Roberts' take on the situation.
Sure. Chair Caviglia, members of the commission, Scott Roberts for the record. Yeah, pretty extreme. You know, coming out of last winter, we cut the Area 10 quotas by 60% from the previous year. 6 and 7, we cut 20 to 35%. You know, last year's harvest in Area 10 was the lowest ever. It was 58% of the lowest harvest, the previous lowest harvest ever. And so those quotas that just got cut by 50% were, you know, they generated the lowest harvest by a long shot. Area 6 had the lowest harvest since the early 2000s coming out of those quotas, and Area 7 was the third lowest quota in the last 20 years. And so last year's cuts were accounting for a lot of that population contraction that we saw. Area 6, we probably weren't conservative enough in last year's quotas. Area 10 and Area 7, I would argue we were pretty darn close. With the observed buck ratios we saw coming out, Area 7 was slightly biased low because the survey ended up getting cut due to just an emergency situation. And we didn't fly the northern portion where we always have the highest buck ratios around the Jar Ridge Wilderness. And then on top of that, Area 6, the recommended quotas were targeting 33 bucks per 100 does. 7, we were going to 30. 10, we were actually targeting a postseason buck ratio of 40. 11, we were at 34. 12, we were at 32. 13, we were at 37. 14, our recommendations were to 30. We've heard that the CAB was working with the biologist and looking at 32. And then 15, we were going to 32. And so there's already been conservatism built into all of these. And so, like it's been said, if we did go with the Elko CAB's recommendations and went with those 50% cuts, we're going to be looking at buck ratios in the mid 40s next year. And then the idea of catching up's pretty tough unless we're looking at 500% increases, you know, in future years. So. Yeah.
Commissioner Barnes.
Okay. I know it's extreme. I'm good with the extreme. And I'm going to go back a little, because a little exercise I did when I saw the recommendation form come out, when I saw what was counted, it was 4,343 deer. Population estimate, 10,700. From what I saw on that flight, they're not missing that many deer. So I went back and I said, okay, right now they figured they missed 60% of the deer. So what I thought they did good. So I went back and so I counted if they missed 30% of the deer. They saw 70% of what was there. I ran the numbers based on the percentage from the estimate to the percentage that they recommended. I ran the same percentage if that population, well, I guess my population, if they saw, what the heck was it here? 30% of the deer, it was like 5,000 something. So I ran the numbers, I came down to 225 for the early and middle season and 58 for the late. So then I see what Elko comes up with, and they're pretty darn close to that. And when I looked at the harvest rates in those areas up there, I mean, 18%. Actually, when I was going over, I was having dinner with my wife, and she looks at that, and she said that they give tags to a bunch of blind people. I mean, that's like, and the reason it's so low is that they were just not seeing what's there. So I guess what I'm saying is I understand the buck ratio and everything, but the population estimate is where I'm getting hung up on. If I saw that population estimate that was maybe a little bit closer in line to what was actually observed out of the helicopter, I'd be right there. But I'm not seeing it, not hearing it from the sportsmen from what I saw. So, I know it's extreme. I know where we may end up. I hope I'm wrong. But I feel really good with these numbers that are coming. And I mean, they look drastic, but that's where all the tags are. You look at Area 6, Area 10, I mean, those are the big volume areas, so it's gonna look more drastic. But no, I feel good with this, and like I said, I hope I'm wrong. And I hope I get in trouble and you can all tell me in the next year, a couple of years, that, hey, you really messed up. But I don't think so. So that's where I'm gonna be. I'm sticking to it.
If I could just make a comment, Scott Roberts for the record. With that logic, in previous years and decades, we would have been surveying anywhere from 18 to 25,000 deer in the spring if we were that good at, seeing 70% of the deer every year. So I would just throw that out.
And I think you guys haven't given yourself enough credit since then. I think you're better than that. And I would love to have this discussion with you later offline about this modeling, because when I was in there, I mean, I knew the area, and you guys the biologists in the helicopter were absolutely excellent. So I don't think you guys have been giving yourself enough credit.
Another point that I would point out is the Green Mountain bench is wide open, flat bench, with great visibility and great detection rates. That's not the same for the treed areas for the 60 miles south and all of Spruce Mountain and the Wood Hills and the other winter ranges that make up a big portion of that complement. So.
And that's why I went 30. That's why I figured 30 instead of 20 or 10.
Sorry, one more point. If we were off that much, we would see drastic responses in our buck ratios. If we were underestimating our detection rates and we were, vastly overestimating our populations over time, we would see an immediate response in those measured buck ratios the next fall. If we were saying there was 20,000 deer and there was actually 10,000, you would come in the next year with 12 bucks per 100 does. So there is a check on that.
Commissioner McNitch.
Is it sick of me to find some kind of twisted humor in this conversation? I get it. We were talking at the last break. I get it. I get the passion. I get the concern, right? Different species, but it's the same thing. It's a tough balancing act. I mean, we have perceptions. We have, what I worry about is this. We went from 550. The department's in area 7 early, 550 to 705. And the proposal is to go down to 275, and that's that's a bad place to miss if we're having habitat issues. If there's need to remove those animals, that it seems to me like we should be. The one thing I got out of this whole exercise though was that what everybody was recommending. It's it kind of came in that we want to. I got the impression we were really talking about some severe cuts everywhere. We're really not. It wasn't as substantial as I thought, and so I did get out of that a lot of that stuff's what was proposed is pretty tolerable. I think with the areas 6, 7, and 10, I think we owe ourselves that conversation here and work our way through that. There might be a couple of other recommendations, but for the most part, it really wasn't so out of whack that I can't live with a lot of it myself. But the area 10 and 6, 7, and 10 stuff, I don't know. I feel like I need to be up a little bit higher just because of, we can't have 40 plus or 50 plus to 100 buck to doe ratio. That's just not going to work. I don't think.
Commissioner Wise?
Yeah, I have to agree in those larger cuts. When we're talking 50% of last year's quota, I mean, that's a significant difference. Significant. I mean, when you're talking about a recommendation of this year of 705 in 071 to 079, and then dropping that to 225 when last year, tagged for 550. It's just, I appreciate where we're going with it, and so, but maybe there's some sort of compromise here, but, that's a scary shift, in my opinion.
Commissioner Walter?
I mean, I'll just throw it out there to Mr. Cooney, Mr. Barnes. I'm certainly not opposed to trying this out, right? I'm hearing you guys, been hearing from the deer hunters, for over a year, just struggling with what is the answer. With this conversation kind of going the direction it is right now, how would Elko feel about a compromise? Are we splitting in the middle at this point? Is 25% palatable? Or are we stuck on 50?
No, and I mean, we've done the horse trading in the past, right? And I'm more inclined to myself to meet somewhere in the middle. I don't know where everybody else is, but that's kind of where on these, 50% to me just seems, that's an extreme cut. But I'm more on these bigger cuts, maybe to meet somewhere in the middle.
You mean from what was recommended last year and what's versus recommended this year?
Yeah, or even, Elko wants to go to 400. And basically, I mean, the department's recommended 800. You go to 600, right? Split it. 90 to 45, you go to 75. Just basically split the difference. I know historically we've done that in the past when we've had big discrepancies. The commission has, but the 50%, to me that it seems like too much. And I have all the respect in the world for Elko County and Commissioner Barnes too. But.
Yeah, you see the irony for what I'm processing here, because we're talking about, I'm going to go back to the bear stuff. Opportunity versus, not taking advantage of the opportunity, and there's a default there that's rock solid. The department's telling us that the critters are there. It's the same dynamic, and I just. I don't have a problem with that conversation, finding especially on the increases, where people are wanting to ease their way back into it. I'm way more comfortable with those, but.
Commissioner Young.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, I mean, and majority of people in this room probably know where I'm at on lower quotas in general. I am pretty good across the board. Elko County, and again, I always want to defer to Commissioner Barnes and Mr. Cooney, but the 50% does have some concerns for me. So I'm probably more aligned the 25% from 2023 is kind of where I'm at. Again, I always will defer to them, but that's a big cut, and these are big herds, and there is some winter range issues, especially in 6. So that's kind of where I'm at.
Mr. Chair.
Vice Chair Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, my 2 cents here is I do tend to agree with Commissioner Barnes. I think drastic times call for drastic measures. These are certainly drastic cuts, no doubt about it. This notion, if we do creep up on our buck to doe ratios, as Mr. McNinch mentioned, that it would be a scary time. But we also heard from the biologists that biologically there would be no issue with those buck-doe ratios creeping up into those higher ranges. So knowing again how far under capacity we are, knowing that the comment made of not biologically having a having a major impact going to these higher buck to doe ratios. I am a bit more inclined to support some of these drastic cuts in Elko County.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I get the biological argument. I think for 1 year, I think we're okay. But I mean, again, we got to look at the future. We're as Scott he lined it out really well. I mean, we're looking at massive increases in the future too, if we go there. And then we could be maybe biologically year 2, 3 looking at impacts on buck ratios, because I don't know how we're going to catch them at the 50%. I just don't. That's just my 2 cents. I think most of the others that were mentioned are totally reasonable. And again, I sympathize with people who aren't finding deer on their hunts. But I do believe in our biologists, and I think even though our models aren't perfect, I do think we have deer out there to hunt.
Yeah, where did the 50% come from? Where did 25 come from, percent?
I know where mine came from.
Yeah.
I mean, I kind of ran my own numbers.
Yeah.
And that's what I came up with, and just kind of, that's where Elko landed. And I think Mr. Cooney, when he did that, he was kind of doing some trading in that cab meeting, because there was a lot of people that wanted a quota of 2.
Yeah.
And so then I think that's
Well,
he thought, well, I'm going to settle. So I think that's kind of where, I don't know, maybe not, I'm not talking, but that's where I think it came from. I know where mine came from. And so I hear what everybody's saying. I like to say I'm hung up on 50%, but like I say, I live there. I've lived it. I understand that I'm seeing stuff that you aren't seeing, and that does sound extremely drastic. But that's why I'm kind of making the stand that I am, is because, you know, I'm a mule deer guy and grew up there, and I mean it really bothers me where this herd is from what I've seen. I've been there for 54 years now, and I can remember, at least 45, 46 of them pretty clearly, and I've seen all kinds of different spring conditions and winter conditions, and the population, I've never seen anything like this. So that's kind of where I am on that. Commissioner Walter threw out 25%. So I punched some numbers, and I was looking at it, and it's still higher than, I don't know, I trade with you at 35%.
Well, I mean, that might be where we're at to do some horse trading.
I mean, that's where we are. Traded a lot of cattle over the years, and sometimes that's where you end up. But
So you willing to
but
some bear numbers?
Should have thought of this earlier. But anyway, I'd come off and I would support, obviously any reduction I'll be pleased with, I guess, not happy, but I would support a 35% reduction instead of a 50. Anything less than that, I will not support.
I want to congratulate Cody for a job well done, and you've handled the controversy very well. Thank you, both you and Sean, for the information that you provided, and I think the biologist data that we get throughout the state, I have a tendency to have confidence in that. I know Commissioner Barnes living there, I'm sure he has some personal and emotional feelings on the numbers, but I have to support the fact that 50% is a little bit high, in my opinion, and I think a compromise, at least a compromise can be made if Commissioner Barnes and Commissioner Walter and the rest of the commission would like to reduce that. I'd like to see it done. That's my position on it.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I guess just something, so I can kind of correct the record, I guess, for myself a little bit. I mean, when we talk about damaging populations, we're really talking about harvestable surplus of bucks here. There are plenty of populations that exist that don't have any hunting on them at all. I mean, national parks, DOD land come to mind. There's no hunting of the bucks or the males. They just do what they do. So I don't want to get this notion out there that our recommendations, or even these fairly drastic one that Commissioner Barnes is in the Elko Cab proposed, is going to like somehow damage the herds and drive them down to extinction. We're just talking about the opportunity, basically, and where we want to go with age class and buck-to-doe ratios. Just want to get that out there, that, you know, this notion that if we somehow eliminate these hunts, the deer are just going to drive themselves to extinction because they're going to run at their natural buck-to-doe ratios. It's not going to happen. And I do like the spirit of compromise in the room, but just wanted to put that out there on record so that.
Commissioner Young.
Thank you. Mr. Roberts, there's the 3 herds we're talking about, 6, 7, and 10. Is there any distinguishability between the, you know, health or population or buck quota specifically? You know, is one herd doing better than the other 3? Or are they about all 3 in the same shape, which is pretty bad shape historically? But just wanted to see if there's any difference between the 3 of them.
Scott Roberts for the record. I would say percentage-wise, Area 10 took it the hardest. The winter of 22, 23, Area 6 was in second place, and 7 seemed to come through in better shape. Last year at this quota meeting, we would have flipped 6 and 7 in that conversation. We had incomplete data, and we saw a higher mortality in Area 6 post this meeting than we did in the other units on collared deer. And so, historically speaking, Area 6 and Area 10 are coming off the lowest population estimates, you know, more or less on record. And so nobody's arguing that there's thousands less deer, but that's why we had the drastic cuts last year of 60% in Area 10. And that's why people are seeing less deer on hunts, because there's less available. Same thing in Area 6. Area 7, the response last year seemed to be, we're seeing a fair number of deer, a fair number of bucks. They just seem to be young, which we would have expected coming out of last winter. Winter hit, you know, in October last year, carried through the entirety of the rut, and then, you know, didn't break until May, more or less. And so those bucks never had that grace period to put on some level of body fat going into the winter. And I think we definitely saw higher mortality on older age bucks, exactly what everybody's saying. But I think historically speaking, 6 and 10 are, you know, hopefully bounced off the bottom last year. But, yeah. But I would also say the quotas and the harvest have done the same exact thing. They have tracked that. They have both hit the bottom, you know, 10 all time and 6 the lowest in 20-something years, so.
I want to make a comment too with Scott, because last year before the quota recommendation, Scott and I had a really good visit about what was going on. And he told me what the recommendations were, and I was like, yeah, boy, you were drastic. I'm with you on that. But what happened after that to that deer herd, the way they continued dying, was just absolutely, I mean, absolutely real what I saw after that. And I mean, and even Scott acknowledged that, yeah, he said, you know, we did not estimate we were going to lose as many after as we did. I mean, so I was with him on it, but we did not, I don't think, at least I did not anticipate what was going to happen after that, the way they just continued down.
I would make a point on that. We did project out 10% adult mortality post this process, post flights. And so we were absolutely projecting the highest level of mortality that we ever had in our models. And so where we came in on our harvest level and then where we came in on our observed buck ratio, we were not that far off. The observed buck ratio was 39 in Area 10, you know, a product of that conservative nature of last year's quotas and the poor harvest success. And we missed our projected buck harvest of last year by close to 150 deer. If you took that out, that would have pulled that buck ratio right into line with what we were projecting, so. Yeah.
Commissioner McNinch.
So where's the line that it's hard to come back from buck to doe ratio in a herd like this? I mean, if we're talking compromise, we got to break something loose. So, you know, we're worried about, I get the concept. I'm not worried about taking, these aren't does, you know. But if we have to find some common ground, where's that line where the department, where you're, you know, that might be a tough question to answer. I don't know. You know, once you cross this line, you're going to have a really difficult time because you're going to be asking for such big numbers. It's going to become a social thing. It's not going to be tasteful.
I guess there's two answers to that. One being this whole conversation about carrying capacity, you know, it's almost a useless term because it's so variable and it's a one-day snapshot. You're one, you know, drought period, you're one major winter away from dropping it or raising it. And so the carrying capacity of Area 10 last winter, we proved it was somewhere slightly north of 9,000 deer, because everything above that died off. And where it's at right now, you know, on May 4th, 2024, it's probably 20,000 deer. And so it's so variable and it's all just dependent on what hits next winter. And so that high buck ratio could come into play next winter if we had a severe winter, or if we had a mild winter like this year. It probably doesn't come into play. That competition issue does not come into play in the short term. And then the other side of that, the social aspect of it, if we're, you know, running ratios in the 40s and we have any illusions of getting back into the 30s, you're talking doubling, tripling tags because, you know, one, it's going to be dependent on what next year's recruitment is, but you have all of that harvestable surplus that we're leaving on the table, and then you add to it with next year's recruitment rate. And so depending on what that is, if it's above average like it is this year, I mean, you're talking going from the 250 tags to 1,500 tags in those units just to get back into the 30s, especially when we're running, you know, relatively low harvest rates. You have to get a lot of tags in the field to, you know, see some measurable change.
And that's why these numbers are counterintuitive to protect the herd. You know, it doesn't make sense in a lot of ways, but this is what you're protecting against, is having those big numbers that you don't have to have a healthy population.
I guess real quick, in the spirit of horse trading, I ran some numbers out. So if we set a 35% cut from last year, I come up with 061, 062, 064. That unit group early, you're at 520. Late, 59, 071, 079, 091, 358 early, 91 late, and then 10 you'd be looking at 293 early, 293 mid, and 65 late.
Can I jump in there really quick?
And I just wanted to say that those calculations were up there in that last column,
Oh, got it.
Tommy.
10-4.
Scott Roberts for the record. Area 7, you see the discrepancy in those early and late recommendations. This, historically, it's been a 80-20 split between that early and late hunt. And this year we went to the more standard 90-10. And so you see the sizable increase in the early and the pretty sizable cut in the late. And so depending on where you're taking your 35%, it's going to have drastic changes on those recommendations. Yeah.
Mr. Scott.
I think it's different. Yeah, Mike Scott for the record, thank you. One thing I do want to point out, since I used to be the biologist down there,
with White Pine recommending 80 tags in 221 to 223 early, we eliminated the mid-hunt, which had 45 tags last year. So Lincoln's recommendation of 125 tags is probably more in line with last year and not going to the increase of 150, but just wanted to point that out.
All right. Nobody. Director Janae.
Thank you. I just want to add kind of to the point that Scott made there at the end and just call it out as this, there's this concept of paying the piper next year. And if we're going to roll back on the biological recommendations, is the consequence is going to be next year, you're going to see much, much higher quotas to the point where you could possibly end up with numbers at places that start to affect success rates. So one of the things that you're also measuring and that we've always and constantly heard in Nevada is a quality hunt and the number of people in the field. And so it's trying to find that balance. But yeah, when it comes to paying the piper it may have a lasting effect well beyond 1 year. And it'll start to have influence on that concept of quality of hunt.
And I don't disagree at all. And I mean, that was part of the discussion on policy 24, where we spread some of those tags into the muzzleloader and archery just to kind of spread that out. But I do see this in the future, this could create some absolute chaos too. And it may not, but the potential is there. But we do have to do something today. So. Nobody's moving, so if that's the case, I'll make a recommendation. All right, go for it. Resident mule deer, any antlered, any legal weapon hunt 1331. I'm gonna recommend approval with the following changes, and it's gonna be a lot. 011 through 013, 35, 014, 8, 015, 10, 021, 20, 022, 35, 033 will change to 15, 041, 042 will change to 8. The Area 6 unit group early, we will go to 516. Area 6 unit group late, we'll go to 59. The 065 unit group will leave as presented. 071, 079 early unit group, we will go to, 458. The 071 unit group, we will go to 53. 081, I'm gonna leave as presented. 101 through 109 early, we will go to 293. 101 through 109 mid will go to 293. And then 101 through 109 late, we will go to 79. 111 through 113 early, 170. 111 through 113 late, 10. 114 through 115 early, as presented. 121 early, 40. 121 late, 5. 131 through 134 early, 25. 131 through 134 late, 3. 141 through 145 early, 297. 141 through 145 late, 32. 161 through 164 early, 110. 161 through 164 late, 10. 171 through 173 mid, 190. 171, 173 late, 30. 202, 205 through 208, we'll go to 45. 221 through 223 early, I'm going to split the difference and we'll just say 100. 221 through 223 late, we'll drop that back to 6. 223 will go to 52, and all the others I did not mention as presented.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion from myself, second by Commissioner Barnes. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Oh, back up 1 second.
Just to correct your motion, because you stated you said 223 to 52, but I believe you were meaning 231.
That is correct, 231.
Second's good.
Okay. All right, we'll take the vote again. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Okay, opposed? Okay, motion carries unanimously. Oh, so passes 8-1 with,
Pretty much everything but a couple of the, area 6, area 7, and area 10. There's a couple in there that I just can't, it's just too far from me. So,
okay.
worried what it's gonna look like.
Okay, motion carries 8-1. All right, let's go to mule deer hunt resident mule deer antlered muzzleloader hunt 1371. And does anyone else want to take a stab, or?
I guess the question is, that we're gonna just follow the same, compromise we made, and then, the other thing is on 221 to 223, we had a 12 and a 4. So I don't know if you wanna split the difference again there.
I'm just me, but I would split that difference myself. The low tag number,
So-
and I would just follow the same logic. I would,
This Vice
Aye.
Chair,
Go ahead.
sorry.
Vice Chair Rogers.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry about that. Yes, I would agree on 221 through 223, that splitting that difference with 12 and 4, so splitting that difference to 8.
So, for the record, Alan Janae, one of the corrections I wanted to make sure that was clear within this consideration of this, if there's a motion coming, is there was this weapon split. And so, when you're looking back to last year's quotas and then cutting by some percentage, that is not factoring in the increases with the weapon demand change.
Thank you, Mr. Director, because I was going to raise that point, because we talked about it before we got into an illegal weapon, that we were going to take care of that first, and then when we got to this, then do we need to stick with our policy on these next two hunts?
Commissioner Young? No, and I mean, I'm more inclined to, on the primitive weapon, to leave those numbers closer. I mean, a lot of the changes really aren't substantial. It's the 3 major unit groups, right? 6, 7, and 8, or 10, I'm sorry. Those are the big ones. And I mean, maybe shave a little bit there.
They'll change percentually compared to the rest of them.
But, yeah, I think just based off of the discussions we had with Policy 24, I think we want to, with the muzzler and the archery, to leave those. But I'm just one. Commissioner Young?
So I'm confused, because
Yeah.
I'd like to stick with the formula if we can. But now that we've reset the AOW, it obviously would change the whole situation. If we're doing the 10%, 8%, 57%, and then the juniors, 25, or whatever the percentages are, do you just want to go through kind of the same cab recommendations? Or are you saying now that we have a new AOW, restructure everything to show the new, and follow the formula? Is that the?
Well, or a thought, because we already gave Cody homework for lunch and we're already late for lunch, but I'm curious, Cody, and I hate to throw it on you, and maybe it's just those, really the changes in all the other unit groups are not much. It's those 3. Cody, if you could look at those 3, maybe come back with the policy, with where we landed on any legal weapon. Is there any way to back into what that would look like with any legal weapon quota based off Policy 24, how we wanted to spread archery and muzzleloader? Could you do that for us? Just those 3 unit groups. I'm not asking for all of it. In muzzleloader and archery.
Yeah, I mean, I certainly could do that. I mean, that is a difficult thing to do at this point because there's been so many moving parts. I mean, I might throw out just a compromise just to go to like a midway point or something between what we're recommending and what the Elko cab is recommending on the big three, and then leaving everything else. There's a few though that are, you know, pretty drastic, like area. Well, 221, I guess we already have a compromise there. Yeah, like area 12. I think White Pine is at 7, we're at 20. I mean, you could, I don't know, just a midpoint might be an easier number to get to than to try to have me I mean, I can calculate that too, 50% or the middle, or you can do it in your head and but yeah, trying to calculate like what the demand and success, it would be, I don't know, it'd be difficult.
No, then that's
It's
fine.
it's possible. I just don't know what I would do.
Or if anyone else had any additional thoughts. Game.
I mean, what I had originally for Elko was 75 in 061, 70 in 071, and 100 in 101. So that, but that was based on 50% of what we were recommending. So that would be kind of between where we're at and where the Elko cab is, I guess, is what I'm getting at.
Yeah.
And then I think after that, you know.
Well, the motion off of the other one was 35%.
True.
That's what Tommy's motion was, so we could just go to 35%
Of what we're recommending?
of what you recommended.
I
To be just to be consistent with what we did in
Okay.
the illegal weapon. I'm just
So
looking for
that's
some
pretty close.
consistency.
All right, so 98. .065 would be what we recommended. 3.7 would be 91, and area 10 101 would be 130. The number I threw out there was more closer to. It was a lower number.
I'm helping you out.
The number that you used, was it 35% of last year or of 35% of what's proposed this year?
It was last year.
Yeah.
Did you go last year?
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of a mess now. But, I mean, I don't go 35% of what they proposed on, because we did intentionally, the commission wanted to up the primitive weapon hunts. So, and I'll just walk down through it. Like 121, you know, the department recommended 20, White Pine wanted 7. Maybe you just split it and do like 14. These are just recommendations, anybody can, same thing. Go like 7 and 13. 141's not a huge delta. We already talked about 221. I mean, I can make a recommendation on this one too, or a motion if nobody else has any more thoughts.
Go ahead and make
All right.
the vote. Then if we need to, we can discuss it.
Yep. All right, so I'm going to make the motion to approve the resident mule deer antlered muzzleloader hunt 1371 as presented with the noted changes. So in hunt group 011 through 013, 4, 014 to 2, 015 to as presented, 021 to 5, 022 to 5. The Area 6 unit group to 98, the Area 7 unit group to 91, the 101 through 109 unit group to 130, the 111 through 113 to, let's see, I'm gonna go to like 25 on that one. 114 to 115 as presented, 121 to 14, 131 to 134 to 7, 141 to 145 to 58, 161 to 164 to 15, 194 to 196 to 5, 202, 205 to 208, 7, 221 through 223 to 8.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion from myself, second by Commissioner Wise. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay, motion carries unanimously. Now to archery. So I guess, Cody, do you want to run that math real quick on the three big unit groups
For archery.
for archery? Yes, please.
So was it 35% of
This year.
this year's recommendation? Okay.
Yep.
Can you do that, Sean? Just for the big Area 6 or 065 included? In 081. Yeah. Do you see those in the third column there? Yep.
I can. I guess, is there any more discussion on this one? All right, I'll make a motion on, just to keep it going, I guess. I'll make a motion on this one as well. So resident mule deer antlered archery hunt 1341, as presented with the noted changes, unit group 014 to 2, 015 to 3, 021 to 15, 022 to 6, 033 to 7, the Area 6 unit group, 228. I'm going to leave 065 at 4, 071, 079 through 091 to 195, 071 to 079, 091 late. I'm just going to leave it at 20. 101 through 109 early, 260, 109 through 109 late. I'm going to leave it as presented. 111 through 113 archery. I'm going to propose doing that at 60. 111 through 115 as presented. 121 early. I'm going to propose that at 25. 121 late, I'll do 5 on that. 131 through 134, I'm going to propose 20. 141 through 145, 142, 161 through 164, 50. 194 through 196 early 4, 194 through 196 late 15. And then 221 through 223, I'm going to go with Lincoln County's recommendation at 30. Or propose at least. And then the remainder as presented.
Second it.
Okay, I have a motion from myself, a second by Commissioner Barnes. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Okay, so motion carries 8-1. So with that, we'll take a break, and then I will ask Cody, he has a little bit of homework to give us some adjustments on the non-resident, associated non-resident hunts. And we'll take a 1-hour break, so we'll come back at 2 o'clock. All right, if everybody wants to make their way to their seat, we're gonna get going again. We need 5 minutes, I was just told, so we'll take a 5-minute pause. All right, I would just talk to the department, and I think we can get going on elk and moose and come back to the non-resident mule deer while they're working on that to keep everything moving. All right, with that, we'll get going again on agenda item number 21B, Commission Regulation 24-12, big game quotas for the 2024-2025 season.
Is that on? Okay. It's going to take 1 minute to get set up. There's a lot happening.
Yeah, you're good.
I'm almost there, I promise. Okay, Cody McKee, Wildlife Staff Specialist, Game Division. For the record, I'm going to talk a little bit about the status of elk here in Nevada and provide a little context on harvest trends. I know we're a little bit strapped for time. I don't want to take up too much of that, but I also just want to point out elk have really taken a back seat in my program to moose the last few months. That's generated a lot of interest amongst the public and sportsmen. And I wanted to highlight a few of our notable accomplishments within the program this year. So first, you'll see here, this is a map of a movement corridor from one of our elk herds in Elko County. This past year, we mapped 4 corridors for those herds. They'll be published next spring in the Western Migration Report that's published by the USGS. We finished a comprehensive summary of preliminary findings from our seasonal elk mortality syndrome project that's ongoing in Management Area 6. I was a co-author on a peer-reviewed article that is revising the historical distribution of elk to include the northern Sierra Nevada, which also spills over into western Nevada, and that will be hitting press here in a couple weeks. And then finally, we're partnering with UNR to conduct a detailed survival model as well as a habitat model to help inform some of our habitat decisions that are being made when it comes to land use projects that are being proposed. And then finally, all the while I give our biologists a tremendous amount of credit because we're constantly trying to maintain our relationships with private landowners, especially when it comes to addressing private land concerns, whether that's depredation or monitoring for our elk incentive program. And I think we all acknowledge the success of our elk program has really hinged on the cooperation with private lands here in the state. So just to give you a quick update on where we're at with respect to our management objectives, so about almost all of our populations are within about 10% of population objective. We have two notable exceptions. 078, roughly Spruce Mountain, that's continued to be a bit of a challenge to get numbers down, primarily because of the amount of private land that elk are able to seek refuge on, as well as really high calf ratios here the last few years. And then also I've added 231 with a question mark. And the reason that I did that is if you review the Lincoln County Elk Management Plan published in 2006, it actually includes two population objectives, a short-term population objective and a long-term population objective of 900 elk. Depending on which one of those you use, we're either above or we're below. And there's a little bit of uncertainty on which one of those objectives we should be using, considering it's almost 20 years since that plan was finalized. Our antlerless quota recommendations are going to be increasing this year, and that's in response to elevated calf ratios that we've experienced this year as well as last. And then finally, our harvest metrics are continuing to be really strong. We're going to dive into those a little bit, and I'll provide probably a little bit of speculation about what I think is happening there. This is a graph that shows our population estimates over time back to 2005, so we have 20 years of data. Those gray bars are the population estimates. The black line that is erratic represents a 3-year moving average for our calf ratios, and the reason that I provided that smooth data is because it helps us review trends in calf recruitment because they can fluctuate widely from year to year. And so that's a 3-year average that includes the current year and the 2 prior years. And that black line represents the average calf ratio that we've had since 2005, which is about 41 calves per 100 cows. And you'll see, despite these conversations we're having about calf ratios being good and things looking on the up and up, if we look at long-term trends, we're just coming out of a period where we had depressed calf ratios across the state. And then finally, that little smiley face, that's where we came this year. So that's the actual calf ratio for this year. It's 46 calves per 100 cows, exceptionally high. It's the 4th highest in the last 20 years. That has very strong implications on the trajectory of this elk herd. That means that we're going to be seeing more elk, and that plays into our recommendations for added antlerless quotas so that we can maintain compliance with those management plans. Just as a review of our harvest objectives on antlered elk, we use main beam length, which is a rough surrogate for age structure of our bull population. This is a trend. The dotted line, the lower dotted line represents the composition of 50-inch main beams in the harvest. The upper line, the black, solid black line, that represents 6 points or greater. I just want to point out there with that information, it's been stable the last 3 years. It's unchanged at 71% of our harvested bulls had 6 points or more. So really strong metric and really not a lot of fluctuation over time. And then here in 2023, that lower dashed line, that's our 50-inch metric. And last year we had the highest ever, which was 35% of our harvested bulls had 50-inch main beams. And this year it dropped down to 30. And those orange, the orange highlighted area, I'm kind of roughly trying to highlight sort of our guidance range, which is 25 to 35, if you consider all of the different management strategies across the state where we have standard areas, we have alternative areas, and then non-standard areas. All right, so I think this is the final data slide This just shows our tag allocation over time, and I've shown it back the last 10 years. So that's the purple area of this graph, and you can refer to the left side of the graph to see the number of tags. The lines represent harvest success by weapon class. And the take-home message here is that in 2023, archery, muzzleloader, and rifle hunts had the pretty much identical success rates across the state. Last year, we talked a lot about how muzzleloader hunters were doing really well. Success was higher than rifle, and we saw a bit of a gap between muzzleloader rifle and archery. This year, archery hunters closed that gap. And that plays a part in how we allocate tags. And again, success is a big part of how those quota recommendations are derived. Because we had such high success rates for all 3 weapon classes this year, that in itself lowered the number of tags that we could potentially have provided. I also want to, kind of referring back to this slide here where we had the drop from 2022 to 2023, I think that there's a couple things that could be going on here. So one, we talked a little bit about how calf recruitment has been depressed, especially prior to last winter where we had successive years of intense drought. I mean, it's been coined mega drought. So it's a potential that where we stand today, because of those poor recruitment years, the older age class bulls there just aren't as many, right? However, I think I want to try and spin that view because when I look at our harvest data, what I'm seeing here, exceptionally high success rates across the board, I don't interpret that as there being a lack of mature bulls on these hunts. To have closed that gap and have 1 out of every 2 hunters that had a bull tag this year harvest is unheard of. I don't think that we've ever been that close in the history of the multiple weapon classes that we've offered. And then further, what I suspect is probably more likely happening is last spring, winter drug on into April, into early May. Our ungulates on the landscape were spending time recovering from that long winter, and they weren't able to put on that early antler growth that we're probably seeing this year. What I expect to see this fall is things are probably going to blow up, especially with quotas where they are and the potential for further reductions that we're going to talk about in a little bit. So this is where we're at. These are our recommendations. We're about 1% down for antlered and spike tags combined. I mean, both of those are pretty consistent with our recommendations last year. Speaking to that elevated calf recruitment that we just experienced last fall and the expectation that there's going to be more adult or reproductively viable cows in the population this upcoming fall, we're going up about 14% with our antlerless harvest, and that leaves us at up 7.5%. But the majority of that increase is being realized through cow harvest. So with that, I'll take any questions that the commission may have.
Any questions for Cody? I don't see any. Why don't we get into the nuts and bolts? I guess any questions for Cody specific to any of the department proposed quotas? I didn't have any either. All right, seeing none, Cody, I'm just gonna take it out for cab comment. So any cab comment in relation to the proposed elk quotas? And I would ask if you come up to try to prevent what happened last time. If you have alternate recommendations, provide those to us now.
For the record, Chrissy Pope, Nye County Cab, we supported Endow's recommendations across the board for elk and antlerless.
Thank you.
Mitch McVickers, White Pine. We just had 3 changes on hunt 4181, the cow hunt, to reduce 31 down to 25.
Hold on one
Mitch,
hold
give
on
us
one
about
second,
2
Mitch.
seconds.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're sifting through.
Sorry.
We're trying to stay with you.
4181 on page 12 of the elk, or page 12 of the, now what was your recommendation again, Mitch?
31 to 25. And then on hunt, well, that was on unit 108, 131, and 132, I'm sorry. And then unit 111 through 115 late, hunt 4151 to go from 62 to 55. And in the same hunt, and units 221 through 223 to, on the late hunt, drop from 87 to 70. That late hunt's been pretty tough the last few years, so.
Can you back up to, the one prior to that, Mitch?
111 through 115 late. It would be from 62 to 55. And that was discussed about the caps that were talked about with the elk, right, in all these units. And it's been discussed at our meetings a lot with all the habitat work and how long it's been since them numbers have been around. Is there a time frame we're gonna open that back up and discuss it to possibly up them numbers or whatever? Thank you.
Thank you, Mitch.
Jim Cooney for the record. Units 067, 077, 079, and 081. All weapon classes, the Elko Cab was looking at a 10% reduction in the tags of all the antlered hunts.
All right, any additional cab comment in Reno? Seeing none, any cab comment on Zoom?
Trent Gordon, Eureka Cab, our cab supported NDOW's proposed regulations or proposed quotas across the board.
Thank you. Additional cab comment on Zoom? No. All right, with that, I'll take it out to public comment in Reno. Any public comment specific to elk? Seeing none, any public comment on Zoom? No. All right, bring it back to the commission. Everybody's in a food coma.
So, Tommy, maybe you could help us with did you get the 10% reduction in all antlered hunts for Elko?
Yeah, I think it was the 076, 077, 079, 081. So that would be what? Like 46 in the early, I'm just winging it off the top of my head.
What am I missing?
Like 40 or 50 in the late.
I do have those recommended quotas here on the spreadsheet so that you guys don't have to spend too much time digging through them. I was hesitant to do so because I didn't know if we were going to have a chance to talk about these alternative recommendations or if it's the flavor of the commission to take the CAB's recommendations as is.
No, I was just going to ask, do you have any thoughts on their?
I mean, we kind of go through this process every year, and I usually stand in my purpose. I feel really confident about our elk recommendations as is. I know the number of checks and balances that go into the process to add an additional conservatism to what we're already providing. And some of the reasons that we're being requested to reduce quotas, I can go through our data and provide several counterpoints to refute those recommendations. So I think what it really comes down to is what the commission would like to do with these recommendations.
I mean, for me, really, these are minor changes. As far as elk go, I have no concern with our elk population at all myself, but.
Yeah, I'm kind of the same. I haven't heard anything from any of the other ranchers in the area. Everybody was good with what they saw earlier, and so, yeah, these are pretty minor. So I'm good either way on these. It doesn't make any difference to me.
Commissioner Young.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, I mean, just generally, the population might be the number one population that's increasing or stable right now across the state, unfortunately. So I'm good either way, but I'm good as is.
Actually, that point, Commissioner Young, I would kind of like to elaborate on that a little bit. And I know Mr. McVickers commented a little bit as well on our population objectives. And there's been a lot of conversation about carrying capacity today, right? And I know not everybody loves our elk population objectives, but what it has done is it's provided us with a stable level to hold populations regardless of what the environmental conditions might look like and how that carrying capacity is going to fluctuate over time. And so I think that it could have been a reality this last winter had our elk populations been much higher, that we may have seen a greater impact of last winter. But because we have these population objectives in place, it's holding them well below what that nutritional carrying capacity is, and we're able to weather the storm. I think we may have seen some impacts on the length of bull antlers, but we definitely did not see issues with survival, and it seems like calf recruitment's bouncing back really quick.
Any further discussion or motion?
So Cody, there's a couple of blue highlighteds here. Did you mention it for the 2024, 2025 seasons? There's a couple are those changes of some kind?
So we had a couple of minor season changes. I'll see if I can find those.
So under
Referring to the change in season date.
Correct.
That's what Commissioner McNish is referring to.
I think the only season, well, we had two season changes. One of them was at the January meeting, and then the other one was the recognition that we messed up on the original CR and needed to make an amendment to a season. One of them is for a depredation bull hunt.
Okay, so this isn't new for today. This is stuff that's already happened.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah. Sorry, I misinterpreted your question.
I guess so everybody's sleepy, I'll just keep it going. I'm gonna make a motion to approve that portion of Commission Regulation 24-12 specific to elk. And I'm not gonna list them all, but just all the proposed elk hunts, I'm gonna propose to approve them as recommended. Second, so, okay, have a motion from myself, a second from Commissioner Young. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, motion carries unanimously. And then I guess I'll ask the department if we're ready to go back to mule deer, if we'd like to proceed with one or the other.
Do you want me to
Ready for non-resident mule deer?
I think the direction from Mr. Schroeder is to just jump into moose. I think that we could.
Moose, yeah, sorry.
We could
Yep.
probably knock that one out really quick.
Yep, go for it.
And then move on. So this presentation, again, Cody McKee, Staff Specialist, Game Division. For the record, this presentation is going to look really familiar. It's mostly what was presented last January at the January Commission meeting with a few tweaks to revise with new information. And I should backtrack a little bit because this is pretty exciting to be talking about a moose quota with the Wildlife Commission here. And I hope that all the Nevadans that are interested in hunting are excited today as I am. So First of all, I want to talk just briefly about our understanding of how distribution and abundance has changed over time. This is a figure you should be familiar with. It depicts all of our moose observations that have been submitted by the public going back to the 1950s. You can see that they're well distributed across Elko County. That figure on the upper right shows the frequency of those observations over time, and it does appear that in about 2015, something changed on the landscape. We probably hit some minimum effective population that allowed for rapid reproduction and growth. Those sightings that we experienced last year in 2023, that was facilitated by a targeted request to hunters for their moose observations. We sent emails with a QR code out to deer hunters in October when they were hitting the field, trying to collect as much information about the herd that we can get. So we recognize that that has a level of bias that's been built into it. But it is 3 times higher than the 5-year average before that. And I do think that that is representative of what's changing on the landscape with the respect to the distribution and numbers of moose. And that QR code there on the bottom is, that's the QR code that went out to hunters. And you should be able to click on it right now and submit your moose observation if you have one. But I can't guarantee that you won't get rickrolled in the process. I don't know. We've been monitoring adult moose survival since 2020. We have upped our sample sizes up to 16 following this year's capture efforts with 10 cows and 6 bulls. A few of those have dropped since the most recent capture effort. However, the take home there is that going back to 2020, annual adult survival for our moose population is 98%, which is exceptionally high. And in fact, if you were to be an adult moose, you had a 92% chance of survival over the 4 years of study. And to be frank, like any of us middle-aged white men here in the room may not have that high of a survival rate over that time. So I'm just pointing out how high that is and how important that is for our understanding of the moose herd. We had 1 cow mortality that occurred last spring around parturition. We suspect it had something to do with calving. We also get out on the ground to monitor the status of the calves that are attendant to our monitored cows. And I apologize, this information only goes through the summer of through the winter of 2022-23. We had some biologist turnover. We haven't been able to quite keep up with our cows as well as we were, but we had 14 cows confirmed to be recruited. So they were born to a cow and they survived an entire year and reached reproductive maturity. And this value translates on the ground to 73 calves per 100 cows. So a really high recruitment rate, production rate. And then we also had 1 marked cow that produced twins across multiple years, but I've seen our revised data. And I think given last spring's range conditions, I think there were actually several of our cows had subsequent twins last year. So we have a lot of good mamas out there. Our survey results are pretty mixed. Trying to find these big critters on the landscape is easier said than done. Oftentimes, our moose observations are collected ancillary to elk and deer surveys, and so we're not always focused on trying to find moose. In 2023, 84% of our observations came on ancillary or were ancillary to primary surveys, and this year 100% of our observations. And we weren't able to dedicate time to survey for moose this year because of various limitations with respect to winter weather, funding, staff turnover, and so on. So cumulatively, we documented 55 moose in 2023. This winter, with our reduced effort, we still found 29. And again, those are just if we're out flying and we happen to see a moose, we record it on our survey app. What I'd like to point out, what we have is a resulting bull to cow to calf ratio, so 100 bulls per 100 cows, so really high, lots of bulls out there, and 42 calves per 100 cows. And I'd like to point out that the calf ratio is the real driver of our population. And so when we have a calf ratio of 42, like we do here, next year I would expect our population to grow about 20%. However, referring back to those ground observations when we were actually able to go out and actively monitor our herds and actually see calves survive over time, it was much higher. I attribute that to the difficulty of finding cows and calves when we're flying. I think they spend a lot of time in thick cover and they just aren't as visible during that time. But the value that's going into our population model is the calf production value that we're finding on surveys, not the one that came from ground monitoring. And there's a lot of variation between those two values. All that to say is that our population estimates are really conservative for moose in the state. And if we were to use what I think is more closely to the true value, our population estimate would likely balloon. So that brings me to our proposed quota. Again, this is the figure that shows those distributions or sightings in blue just from 2023, and then I've overlaid the home range of our radio-collared moose. We have a proposed hunt that comprises most of Elko County from September 1st to November 30th, and our current proposal is for 2 antlered moose. This represents 2% of the available bulls in our population, which is well below, I mean super below projected harvest rates for our other ungulate species, elk, deer, antelope, and bighorn sheep. And I think we've talked a little bit about where our bear population is, and this is even below what we're proposing for bear harvest. And then again, based on what we're using for our recruitment values, just based on an average recruitment over the last 5 years, I expect even with the harvest of 2 adult bulls, our moose population should grow by about 20% for next year. So we have several funding contributors that helped make this work possible and have played an integral role in helping us compile information and propose a season, as well as our current tag quotas. I just wanted to point those organizations out, and I'm happy to take questions. This QR code on the lower right is will direct you to the moose presentation that I gave in January, which is much more detailed and covers a whole lot more than what I'm able to do today. So thank you.
All right, any questions for Cody specific to moose? Seeing none, any cab comment in Reno specific to moose? Any cab comment on Zoom? Any public comment in Reno specific to moose? Any public comment on Zoom? All right, seeing none, I'll bring it back to the commission. Oh, we do.
Hi, this is Stephanie Myers for the record. This is a first-time hunt and should face a high bar and high standards in order for the Wildlife Commission to initiate a brand new hunt in Nevada. Why have a moose hunt at all? What are the management objectives, the science? We have heard that tag sales will allow NDOW to bankroll a new moose biologist. A new NDOW employee is not a reason to kill moose. We have also heard that NDOW wardens say that hunters have mistaken moose for elk. That also is not a reason to kill moose. Moose are sustaining their numbers very well all on their own without killing any. 11 states permit moose hunts. Maine has the most at 60,000. The lowest number of moose is in North Dakota at 500. Since Nevada has only about 100 moose, it appears that Nevada has hit a new low in allowing this hunt. NDOW biologists saying that moose can sustain the losses is not a reason to introduce a new hunt to kill moose. Why not wait until Nevada has reached the carrying capacity for moose? This hunt has been called an opportunity hunt, which means for those of us following the commission for many years, that this is a trophy hunt. Public opinion is moving farther and farther away from trophy hunts. You should care about the public, how the public views wildlife and how they view the Wildlife Commission. This regulation would benefit only hunters. It would not benefit the species, nor the 95% of Nevadans who do not hunt or trap. Unless You make moose a species for people, all residents and non-residents alike, to view only, not to shoot. Then you would see a spike in the financial benefits of ecotourism. The public wants to see moose in their natural habitat, to get out their binoculars and view moose. Perfect for ecotourism. It can't just be about, oh, we have 100 moose, let's go kill a couple. It can't just be about, let's sell a bunch of tags, we'll have a fundraiser to buy a new employee. Nevada doesn't have to have a moose hunt at all, especially so soon. Why not wait until Nevada has reached carrying capacity for moose to actually justify the hunt? It's your choice. Please choose what's best for the species. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Any additional public comment on Zoom? All right, with that, I'll bring it back to the commission. I guess I'm just going to keep it rolling. I'm going to make a motion to approve that portion of Commission Regulation 24-12 specific to moose, the resident any legal weapon hunt 10-151 as presented. Okay, I have a motion from myself, a second from Commissioner Barnes. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
Okay, motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We ready? Okay. Afternoon. Members of the commission. For the record, Cody Schroeder, Staff Specialist, Department of Wildlife. So I think we've got everything tallied. And I think it might be easier to read them off, the changed quotas. Okay. Okay, starting with non-resident mule deer antlered any legal weapon hunt 1332. Oh 41, 042, quota of 1. 061, 062, early, a quota of 51. 061, 062, late, a quota of 6. 071, 079 early, quota of 45. 101, 109 early, a quota of 29. 101 to 109 mid, a quota of 29. 111 to 113 early, a quota of 17. 111 to 113, a quota of 1. Yes, the last one, 111 to 113 late, quota of 1. 121 early, a quota of 4. 131 to 134 early, a quota of 2. 141 to 145 early, a quota of 29. 141 to 145 late, quota of 3. 161, 164 early, stays the same. 171, 173 mid, a quota of 19. .221 to 223 early, a quota of 9. 221 to 223 late, a quota of 2. And then moving on to non-resident mule deer antlered muzzleloader, hunt 1372. Again, only proposed changes, I guess, from what we were recommending. 061, 062, a quota of 12. 071, 079 to 091, a quota of 12. 101 to 109, a quota of 18. 111 to 113, a quota of 2. 121, a quota of 1. 141 to 145, quota of 6. 161 to 164, a quota of 1. 221 to 223, a quota of 1. And then moving on to non-resident mule deer antlered archery, 1342. 011 to 013, a quota of 1. 061, 062, quota of 25. 071, 079, 091 early, a quota of 24. 101 to 109 early, a quota of 32. 101 to 109 late, a quota of 1. 111 to 113, a quota of 6. 121 early, a quota of 2. 131, 134, a quota of 2. 141 to 145, a quota of 16. 161, 164, a quota of 5. And 221 to 223, a quota of 3. So, and then just a note on some of those, we had to try to make things right with the non-residents, the equal split 90-10, and accommodate the non-resident guided tags as well. So they're not going to look exactly like a proportionate cut across those from the residents, but it's as close as we can get. And I think we ended up within what percentage of the total?
It's
0.8%. And then I guess moving, well, yeah, can you scroll down a little bit, Sean? We do have this resident, non-resident mule deer antelope landowner comp tag. Scroll up a little bit. So this, I would just ask for a motion that you approve the 2.5%. And that number might change slightly, the total tags. I mean, it won't be much different, but the pronghorn is factored into that. So we're probably going to change pronghorn numbers a bit, but it won't be much different. So if you approve the 2.5%, we will make sure that we have the exact number for the landowner comp tags. And I believe where we're at is that's a cap, so we're well below that. Just for your information. Were there any questions?
Yeah, what was the 28%, the 28.3% again?
28. The total non-resident resident split? Is that what you're asking about? Oh, no, it was closer to 90.
What was the 28 that you threw out there? What number was that?
I might have
I think
misstated.
Commissioner Maniac, I could be wrong on this. Mr. Schroeder said 0.8 within the 90-10 split.
Oh, yeah,
There was no
0.8.
28, yeah.
Sorry, I thought I heard 28. That's why I was asking, because I wasn't,
No, we're-
so point.
We're less than 1% off the
Okay,
90-10
gotcha.
split.
All right, any questions for Cody specific to the non-resident portion of the mule deer hunts? Commissioner Young,
I don't have a question, but if there's no questions, I'll make a motion.
I've got to take it out for comment, but I will let you after that's done. All right. All right, any cab comments specific to the non-resident mule deer hunts in Reno? Seeing none, any cab comment on Zoom? No. All right, any public comment in Reno specific to non-resident mule deer? Seeing none, any public comment on Zoom? All right, with that, I'll bring it back to Commissioner Young.
Thank you, Chairman. If there's no other comments, I'm going to move to make a motion on agenda item, or on Commission Regulation 24-12 for non-resident mule deer, 1332, 1372, 1342, as presented by Mr. Schroeder.
Okay, I have a motion.
Does that reflect the changes made by the department?
Yes, all the reflections that were just made and as presented, the numbers just presented to us.
Then I'll second it.
Yeah.
Okay, I have a motion by Commissioner Young, seconded by Commissioner Barnes. All those in favor, please say aye. 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 Opposed? Okay, motion carries unanimously. And then, real quickly, do we want to make another motion on the resident, non-resident landowner comp tags?
Do you want to take that out for comment first, or?
Yeah, we
You're
can.
ready to go.
I'll take it out. Any cab comment in Reno on the landowner compensation tags? Any cab comment on Zoom? Public comment in Reno? Public comment on Zoom? No. All right, with that, I'll bring it back to the commission.
Mr. Chairman, then I'll make a motion that we approve that portion of CR 24-12 relevant to resident and non-resident mule deer and antelope landowner compensation tags, that it be capped at 2.5% of the total number of 2024 mule deer and pronghorn tags.
Okay, I have a motion by Commissioner McNinch, second by Commissioner Barnes. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
Okay, motion carries unanimously.
Okay, are we good switching to antelope?
Antelope, let's go for it.
All right, for the record, Staff Specialist Cody Schroeder. So I'll just be real brief on antelope. Hopefully, this won't take as long. Much better news overall for antelope. Populations have been doing pretty well. Here's our population graph going back to 1981, I guess. We did have a little bit of a dip with the drought period. However, the last couple of years, we've really seen some high recruitment in some of our big herds. That's really what's driving that. So our latest population estimate was, I think, just a touch over 32,000. Antelope success is maintained pretty high and stagnant. An illegal weapon remains around 75% on average, 40% for muzzleloader, and right around 28, 29 for archery. Horn length, one of the metrics that we track as a kind of a quality index, so 15-inch or better, 15-inch plus is down, but it is on the rebound. I think, there's a little bit going on there, probably has to do with the drought. We did change a questionnaire in 2021, so that number, I guess, take with a grain of salt, but it appears to be kind of rebounding to that 10-year average, which is good news. And I suspect with the moisture we've been receiving, we might see that go up even higher this year. Here's our objectives. Similar to the deer, however, with our buck to doe ratio, we are, our objective is at 25 with that range, and we are looking at greater than 2-year-olds. As I mentioned earlier, a lot of that has to do with the fact that the yearlings aren't legal in the horns longer than ears, or they're not always legal in the horns longer than ears hunts. And then our doe harvest strategy there, 1 to 10% harvest rate for smaller populations and 5 to 20 for our populations over 1,500. And I think our doe harvest recommendations for these are, I believe, in the 5 to 15 range for this year. Realizing that we're probably going to come to you in June with a proposal to translocate some antelope within state and possibly even out of state. We may get a request there, but we've got herds that are doing really well, and we want to try to augment some of our herds that are struggling a little bit. So we actually did nick down our doe harvest recommendations to accommodate the potential for translocations. And I think that's all I have. So happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for Cody? All right, seeing none, let's just get to the quotas. I guess, does anyone have any questions specific for Cody on the proposed quotas from the commission? All right, seeing none, I'll open it up for cab comment. Do we have any cab comment specific to the recommended antelope quotas?
Thank you, Kobe Row, Washoe Cab, and in large, we agree with the biology recommendations for pronghorn, with the exception of non-resident antelope, horns longer than ears, any legal weapon, 2251. Units 12 to 14 was rounded to 15. We'd like to see it at 12, and that'd be the only change. Thank you.
Could you, real quick, while we got flipping through our stuff, could you go over that one more time?
Yeah, so it'd be hunt 2251, non-resident antelope, horns longer than ears, any legal weapon. Units 012 to 014, we'd like to see it at 12.
Thank you.
In Glen Bunch, Mineral County, for the record, on hunt 2151, area 202 to 204, we would like to see that go from 8 to 10, please.
Thank you, Glenn. Any additional cab comment in Reno? All right, any cab comment on Zoom? Nope. All right, any public comment in Reno specific to antelope? Seeing none, any public comment on Zoom? All right, with that, I'll bring it back to the commission. But he's still sleeping. Commissioner McNitch.
Cody, any concerns with the two recommendations?
Commissioner McNitch, so those, yeah, I don't have any concerns with those. There are a few others that were provided. I don't know if I need to carry the water for, I got Joe's, Joe Krim, so I'll just read them off right now. Any legal weapon resident, 2151, 041, 042, early. They want to keep last year's quota at 20. 041, 042 late, they want to keep last year's quota at 20. The non-resident for each of those would be 3 and 3. I'm sorry, 2 and 2, going from 3 to 2. My apologies. They want the 2181 horns shorter than ear for 043, 046 to keep the same quota as last year at 50. And then there was some Humboldt cab recommendations as well. I don't know if I have them all captured exactly. There was also some NI recommendations.
All right, any additional questions or comments for Cody on regards to antelope? Commissioner
I mean, I
McNitch.
just feel like we're leaving opportunity on the floor everywhere, so, you know, I don't know, I guess I'm a little curious what Commissioner Keel's thinking with regards to those, but the purging ones.
Yeah, and I apologize, I actually missed the last one. I think it was the non-resident. Is it going from 45 to 50 for 043 to 046?
That's just the horn shorter than ear.
Oh, that's a longer.
2181.
Oh.
They want to go from 55 to, we're recommending 55, they want to go to 50,
Okay,
which is what we had last year.
I got it now.
And then on the non-resident, horns longer, 2251. They want to knock basically one tag off each,
Yeah, I mean.
from 3 to
my-
2.
My personal take is it's so minor. I can leave it across the board and go as presented, but I know the area biologist is in here and indicated earlier in some discussions off the side that these herds are doing, you know, exceptionally well in his opinion. So I'm comfortable with as presented across the board.
Well, I'm second. I'm comfortable as presented.
Does somebody want to
Yeah.
rotate that into a motion?
I'll form that in the form of a motion and move to approve the antelope portion of Commission Regulation 24-12 as presented.
Okay, I have a motion from Commissioner Keel, a second from Commissioner Walter. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, motion carries unanimously. And thank you, Cody, for everything today. You went through a lot.
No problem, I appreciate that. Thanks for your patience.
We're saving the best for last.
Good afternoon, everyone. I know we're a little bit sleepy from a long day. My name is Mike Cox, Bighorn and Mountain Goat staff biologist for NDOW. And want to go over just some general trends that we've been seeing, both harvest and the population of our herds. And just want to point out that circular photo in the center. So that's a photo of a nanny looking right. And normally, mountain goats, well, they all have high parental investment And so they start off later than most ungulates in sexual maturity, typically 4 or 5 years of age. We finally start seeing them starting to have kids. So if you have a nanny like this one that is mature, they can be very productive, especially when there's no disease in the system. So she's got 2 kids to her rear, and then her yearling is right below her. So she's very fecund, and we'd love to see more of those. And fewer of those harvested. All right, I'll start off with bighorn sheep. I'm not proud of this graph, but the facts are the facts. So it's an area graph. The cyan color is the trend of the desert bighorn sheep population since 1965. We peaked at 2019 at a little over 10,000 desert bighorn sheep. Unfortunately, it's been sliding the last 5 years, and we are now at 6,400. So we've lost 38% of our desert bighorn sheep population since that time, 10% from last year. And I'll get into the mortality factors on the next slide. The orange band is our California bighorn sheep. So they are at 1,700 this year, which is a slight increase from last year. We did get up to 2,000 about 3-4 years ago. And then the blue line on the very top is the population band for our Rocky Mountain bighorn. They're stable at 330 at a low population. All right, so this map, sorry if you're colorblind, the red, these are all the occupied habitat polygons in the state for desert bighorn sheep. The red represents all those herds that have been exposed to Mycoplasma ovi pneumoniae and the polymicrobial pneumonia events that have hit all of them, some worse than others. So you can see, over 90%. In fact, this is all of our herds. It's not just deserts. It's California and Rocky Mountain bighorn. But really the only population that we have confidence that has not been exposed to Mycoplasma, has not experienced disease events, is the Muddy Mountains and the adjacent Black Mountains. So all the other herds have been hamstrung with a lot of pneumonia events, anywhere from 10% to 80% of the adults in the initial spillover die. And then depending on the strain type and other factors, the lambs have high mortality for multiple years. Some now are going on 10 years of, we can't get out of the teens or single digits for a lamb ratio. So that has certainly been the biggest driver in the decline of our desert bighorn sheep. Some of the other bigger mortality factors was the multi-year drought. That was 2 years ago, and for many herds it was a 3-year period. So that had a big impact. Animals dying on the landscape without adequate food and water. Another large one is competition with feral horse and burros for water and forage. And then in many of our smaller herds, they've been exacerbated by decline of going through a pneumonia event, and then they've got lion predation stacked on top of that. if they were larger herds and ability to be more productive, they could sustain that predation, but many of those smaller herds just can't climb out of that predator pit, and they're kind of struggling at low population levels. Tags that we've issued throughout the years. Again, 1965, this is all subspecies. All of our biologists that were part of the program to restore sheep, they're the ones who we can thank for that almost logarithmic increase in those bars. We peaked in 2017 at almost 400 tags, and we've been declining since. So that's again just commensurate with the population decline. I guess the one positive, it's all relative to your horizon. For us, you know, we've all of our staff, including myself, we've set a high bar, and unfortunately that bar has been dropped. But even with the decline, we have more bighorn sheep than any other state, and we have more hunting opportunities than any other state with bighorn sheep. This is a table of some of the main metrics of the hunts since 2023, and just some of the main columns on this table: tags available and used, hunter success, days hunted, average age, and then several horn metrics, the average BC, the maximum BC in a given year, and then horn length and horn bases. The green cells are highlighted to be the highest for that metric across all those years. So for example, in tags used, the highest we've ever seen for desert bighorn sheep is 319 tags used in a season, which was in 2017, where we had the highest population and the highest harvest. And then the lowest for that tags was back in 2023. So if you just look at the greens, you can definitely see that anywhere from early 2010s through 2017, we had some of the higher metric bars met, average score, some of the better horn lengths. And although we've dropped tags, again, they were commensurate with the population declines. I think one great metric has been the average age, which really shows for a majority of our units, our biologists are right on par with knowing what's out there and what's not out there. And so we still maintain some of the highest average ages that we've had historically for harvested rams. Last really 4 years, 5 years, we've been 6.8, 6.9 years of age. So we're definitely, when cuts are needed, we reduce tags based on our metric, our hunt metric of we want to see that average age 6 years or older. Shifting to mountain goats. This is the harvest of mountain goats since 1981. And the red on top is the number of nannies harvested out of the total, and the blue bar is the number of billies harvested. We took a big hit, mostly in the East Humboldts, but a little bit in the Rubies after the 09-010 pneumonia events that hit both herds. And we're starting to bounce back, and to the point where, you know, we issued the first non-resident tag last year since over a decade. Here's the population trends since 1988. Our peak was back in 2009 at approximately 400 animals statewide in the East Humboldts, the Rubies, and then our small population on Pearl Peak in the south end of the Rubies. But things are looking real positive right now, and we've got an uptick, so we're excited about that. And this is just a summary of last year's tags that were approved for 2023 and our recommended tags for this year. You can see our primary desert ram tags are down 18%, 40% decline in ewe tags, primarily from eliminating Mount Jefferson ewe hunt. Archery, slight reduction from 8 to 5. One-horn ram, slight reduction. And slight uptick on California bighorn sheep ram tags. And that a couple more mountain goat tags. And none of these include the specialty tags. All right, so I'll sit down and allow for public comment and cab comment, and we can jump into the quotas.
All right, any questions from the commission for Mike on the proposed quotas? I do have one, Mike, on the Californians in Unit 034, and just reading the quota recommendation form. I mean, you guys are acknowledging that, you know, it is looking bright for the future. There is strong age class of young rams coming up. But like in the survey, you only saw one 6-plus-year-old ram. I mean, we're estimating that there's more than that, but I guess it is a little concerning. The last 3 years, you've only seen one older age class ram on the surveys. And we're keeping that tag number up at 6. And I know the hunters, it seems like they're hunting a substantial amount of days, and that success rate is, I guess, 67%. It's kind of on the lower side. I'm just curious, in 034 specifically, if we shouldn't crank that back a little bit until these rams we're seeing, or the young rams that are there, get a little more age on them. I'd hate to just keep killing young rams. I just see what your thoughts are.
Yeah, the metrics definitely are not where we'd like them to be. And I wouldn't have a problem with a tag decline. We'll see what the cabs think, but yeah, the Black Rock Range, I think we're definitely on a trajectory up, but do we have enough mature rams for the hunters to find? I think they're out there. We didn't see them on survey, which is not uncommon. We can talk about Glenn Bunch's photos on another unit, but yep, I would recognize your observation.
Okay. That was the only comment I had. But any additional commission comment specific to sheep or goats? And I guess I'm just going to bring it up because it's going to come up, Mike. Obviously the ewe quota in the muddies is jumped up substantially. So I guess what's the department's thought process behind that?
So we've got an oscillating carrying capacity of water. Water is probably the biggest limiter factor, and we just to let everybody know, when we look at population estimates, we do combine the blacks and the muddies together. And when things get tough, there's a lot of movement between across the North Shore Road, as you know. So we're at 900 sheep for that meta population of black and muddies. And though we've taken some steps, give Joe Bennett and his crew down south of doing our best to make more water available, so that when we don't see those monsoonal rains in the summers, we can carry some more sheep. But that's probably the biggest limitation we have is our water developments when we don't see those monsoon rains. That population, 900 sheep, 550-ish in the muddies, they drink them dry. So we had really poor recruitment during that multi-year drought. And so we definitely had a decline in the population, and we still had those hunts to try to keep that population down. We did see a pretty nice bump in lamb recruitment last year, 36 lambs per 100. And I've always said that for at least deserts, high 20s, like 28 lambs per 100 is you're going to get growth, slight growth or stability of a herd for the population size relative to the mortality of adults. And last year was a stellar year for forage. I think we're probably could be looking at 40 lambs per 100 this year. So when you take a look at where we want to try to stay at, we want to try to stay actually below 900. Honestly, we probably should be at 800, but things are looking up. We've got the mega guzzler in Muddy Peak. But if you account for all those lambs from last year that are now yearlings and lambs that are going to hit the ground this summer and be yearlings next year, and you project what the population is going to be in 2025, with removal of 60 tags recommended, we've been not as high hunter success as we'd like, 60, 65%. You're going to get approximately 40 ewes harvested. If we have the opportunity to remove 20 sheep, give those to state of Utah, our population estimate would be approximately 900. It'd be stable, just because of all those lambs from last year and this year being recruited as yearlings and 2-year-olds. So that's where we're at, and that's why we kind of landed on that 60 tag total resident, non-resident.
Any additional commission question or comment? Okay, seeing none, I'll take it out for cab comment in Reno.
Steve Robinson, Washoe. And with those numbers presented, it's inconceivable to us that we're talking about a ewe hunt. A 50% increase in the ewe hunt in the muddies when the rest of the population is dropping. And we're finally having some transplant opportunities, one in Nevada, one in Utah, that will drop the ewe population closer to the total ewe objective in the muddies, about to where they want it, just with the transplant. So if we have this another 40 ewes shot, it's going to be well below what we need. And we need to move these sheep. We're watching this population drop and still shooting the ewes. That I just can't imagine that's going to be allowed. So our recommendation is to have 2 resident ewe tags and 1 non-resident ewe tag, only because we even have a hunt against the recommendations that we had earlier this year. Thank you.
Thank you.
For the record, Chrissy Pope, Nye County, Cab. Our sheep have been hit hard down in central Nevada, and we recognize this, and we are on support of NDOW's recommendations. Even it's hard to swallow, but closing a couple of units in our area, we understand it, and we want to grow a healthy herd and do a little bit more predator control in our area. So just for the record, we do support NDOW's recommendations for all the sheep for our area.
Thank you.
Glenn Bunch, Mineral County. In Hunt 3151, in Unit 202, we'd like to see it go from 3 to 5. In Unit 205, we'd like to see it go from 5 to 7. 207, we'd like to see it go from 2 to 3. 3161, we'd like to see it go from 1 to 2 in the 202, 208 hunt. Whatever one it is there. Okay? I know you guys thought with the presentation I started out with, I'd be looking for a massive increase. Well, I am. I'm up in 2. Thank you.
Thank you, Glenn. Any additional cab comment in Reno? Any cab comment on Zoom? Okay, any public comment in Reno? Public comment on Zoom? All right, with that, I'll bring it back to the commission. Commissioner Young?
Yeah, Mr. Cox, as to Mr. Bunch's recommendations, my understanding 205 has the disease situation. Just wanted to kind of, you go through those, your position or agreement with those recommendations.
Yes, you want me to just start with the first unit he was? Yeah, all right. For the record, Mike Cox, yeah, Commissioner Young. So 202, which is the Wasix, and those were the pictures that Glenn shared to us earlier, and I spoke with him during a break. And I was looking through those, all the different videos and slides, and definitely a lot of middle-aged rams that are going to provide a lot of good opportunities in the future. But I will admit, there's more mature rams in those photos than we probably show in our model. And I think we could accommodate a tag increase in the Wasix. Yep. The metrics they're very good the last couple of years, especially last year. Hunter success, our hunt days was like 2.5, killing 170 class rams. Average age was like 8.5. So I do think that we have an opportunity to increase in 202. 205, the Gabbs Valley range. I know, yes, we've been challenged and struggling from the ammonia events that took that herd down in the Gillis and the Gabbs Valley, both 205 and 207. I think the metrics have been solid in 205, and I'm just not sure if we have that mature segment from the nice rams we've harvested over the last couple of years to allow for a tag increase in 205, and I'd have to say the same thing with 207. I'm just not sure if those mature rams are there. I think the future hopefully is going to be bright, but and then 206, 208, Excelsier's Candelaria Hills, Garfield Hills, Miller Mountain. It's a big area, and I do think Glenn, was that the unit? 205 is the lake. But what about? That was the one where they were running. The 206, 208? 205 is the one.
He didn't ask for.
So there was no other?
Correct. He didn't ask for 206,
Okay.
208. He didn't, just those are the three.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Any additional commission questions or comments?
I had a question, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Vice Chair Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One of the questions that I had, Mr. Cox, is centered around the U hunt. And one of the things that I have over the last couple of weeks consistently heard from folks that have reached out to me is this notion around translocation of sheep within Nevada in diseased areas. And, some of the things I continue to hear from folks is that, to have a hunt is a pretty certain death, whereas translocating sheep into areas that may or may not have diseases may or may not lead to a death. And I'm just curious your thoughts around the notion of translocating sheep from the muddies that seem to be disease-free into areas that may have disease in lieu of a hunt.
Well, that's a lot of side issues that it's complicated, so I'll try to boil it down and not bore you. So we've been doing a lot of disease surveillance, as most of our Western counterparts, trying to figure out what does it mean to be exposed to Mycoplasma over pneumoniae, and what is the short, mid, long-term effects of leaving chronic carriers in the population. And it is real. We're not making this stuff up. And we've had plenty of herds that we've prayed and hoped and wished these herds to become healthy, but until you remove those chronic shedders, you have a strong potential for a naive animal that's never been exposed to that pathogen to die, and then for that to be spread in the herd. We've definitely had some discussions internally about experimentation, but I guess I'll focus on what we've been trying to do with test and remove. So we've got herds right now, mostly California bighorn, that we've told ourselves we're not going to augment them until we're fairly confident, you'd never be 100%, that we've eliminated either through natural attrition, old age, or we've euthanized the last chronic carrier, that if we were to bring in naive animals, that they would not die in their new home from being exposed to this pathogen. And we're pretty committed to that. There is a lot of population dynamics, social structures that our desert bighorn have, that, and even really California, where you have separate nursery groups, and you can have a population that's not doing well total, but it could be just focused on a couple nursery groups where you have your chronic shedders. You could have other nursery or subherds, sorry, of ewes that may have lost their shedder, their chronic spreader, and they may be a candidate to put in naive sheep into that herd. So I guess I would is trying to be responsible and not throw good animals into a bad situation. I'm open, and we've been talking about it, and I've been asking our guys to sit down and talk with me about identifying some sideboards to do these experiments. So I think we definitely would want to put some investment up front and not be just blind in dumping naive sheep into a situation where just 5 years ago that population had lost, 300 sheep to dying of pneumonia and then had single-digit lamb ratios the last 4 years. We would probably want to go in and say, well, do we have enough information for all these subherds that make up the entire population? And take a unit or take a subherd of 40, 50 ewes left and say, okay, we're going to sample them. And we're going to look at their exposure, the recent exposure, and anything that's a chronic infection in those ewes. And if we were not finding anyone positive, then maybe that might be an opportunity to experiment. But if you've got antibodies, especially if it's a 2-year-old ewe, well, that means there was something going on just 2 years ago that she got exposed to somebody that was a chronic shedder. And chances are that chronic shedder would not be dead yet. And if it was old ewes that had antibodies that said, yeah, there was somebody that was infected years ago, we didn't get anything actively shedding on the test back, maybe that could be another opportunity to try an experiment with naive sheep. But I think I don't think it's responsible to blindly put naive sheep into a situation where we don't know what the status is. Both demographic response, there's a reason if it's not drought and it's primarily lambs and that population's not growing, something's killing those lambs. They all have coyote predation, they all have bobcat predation. So if they're in the single digits, it's probably disease. And that's not the time to be putting naive sheep on top of that situation. But I do believe we can try to think out of the box and try to look at situations where we're close to having most of that population cleared of that infection. We just don't want to jump the gun too far ahead, or we could be, and it's happened to other states. Montana did it, Arizona did it. They lost 30 to 50% of their translocated animals to pneumonia the year after they were released and kicked out of a trailer from being exposed to the resident herd that still had not cleared their infection.
Thank you, Mr. Cox. And I think it's just the general public, and I'm speaking for myself, but I do believe if the opportunity did arise for that experiment, everybody would prefer that versus the hunt. We've heard that for a few years. So yeah, I think if that opportunity arose, just overall, I think everybody'd like to see that versus a hunt.
I mean, you're probably aware of that too, so.
I am more than aware. I want our populations to recover. I want to get populations on track. It's just, it is frustrating. You have no idea how frustrated I am. But I'm trying to use science, and I'm trying to use management, but I'm not trying to do Russian roulette either. But I do think there's an opportunity for some things, and we've been talking about it internally for all of our subspecies. So we took a risk just a few months ago with the Montana mountains, and Ed Partee and we're going to do everything we can to overcome that risk that exists out there. And I guess it'll be on us if it fails. But yeah, we're willing to take some risk because there is no place that we can't get rams or even ewes making contact with domestic sheep that could be positive for mycoplasma. So there's always going to be risk moving forward. We just have to, what is that level of accepting that level of risk?
Commissioner Young, did you have a question or?
Real quickly, ask for the desert, specifically with the muddy situation. Is there any, I'm assuming there's no current unit or mountain range that's a viable option without obviously a lot more research and going through, where the herd's at and what's going on with it?
We do have a couple ideas we've been kicking around. They're, even within us, they're not shared. The interest is not shared. There's some people who are against them, some people are for them. So I would say I am wanting to think that next summer we could find viable translocation spots for some muddy ewes in 2025. But which is the other thing, is totally supportive of moving Mojave Desert sheep in the summer to a cold environment that has snow, -0 Fahrenheit temperatures in the winter. I just want to give them those 4 months to acclimate. And so I really think we need to focus on, and that's where most of them would go. They would go north, like the Cortez Mountains, for example. That's, you approve that release. We've got some social issues we got to work out. So we're not there yet. I was optimistic that we may be able to do that this summer, but I don't think that's in the cards unless we get a miracle in the next month. So I do think maybe in 2025 we could be there, but I don't think the harvest that we would have would prevent us from moving even 40 or even 60 ewes next year. And we could have the hunt down to 2 tags, or we could eliminate the hunt if we have assurances that we've got some good viable release sites for those muddy sheep to go to.
And I did see firsthand when the water went dry back in, was it 19, in the muddies, and it was brutal. So I know we don't want to see that ever again. I mean, it was bad. So any additional commission questions or comments? Well, I've been on a roll earlier, so I'm just going to keep it going. So I'm going to make a motion to approve that portion of CR 24-12 specific to bighorn sheep and goats as presented with the noted changes on hunt number 3151, unit 202. We will increase that from 3 to 5. Going to keep 3251 as presented, 3161 as presented,
3171 as presented, 3172 as presented, 3181 as presented, 3281 as presented, 8151 resident California bighorn sheep. I'm going to propose to take 034 to 3 tags. 8251 as presented, 9151 as presented, 7151 as presented, 7251 as presented, and that should do it. Okay, I've got a motion from myself, second from Commissioner Wise. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
All right. Agenda item number 22, future commission meetings and commission committee assignments for possible action. The next commission meeting is scheduled for June 28th and 29th, 2024 in Lovelock. The commission will review and discuss potential agenda items for that meeting. The commission may change the date, time, and meeting location at this time. The chairman may designate and adjust committee assignments and add or dissolve committees as necessary at this time. Any anticipated committee meetings that may occur prior to the next commission meeting may be discussed.
All right, for the record, Alan Janae. So looking at the next agenda, we're looking at upland and fur bear seasons. We'll have the heritage projects back again, as well as heritage vendors. We'll be coming forward with a commission general regulation adjustment to the heritage guidance, as far as it's late in the day, it's late in the meeting, and I'm forgetting the word, but basically reallocation of funds. Thank you. Came to me finally. And then we've got upland and duck stamps. We've got the second reading of policy 12. We've got general regulation 518, the shed hunting and big game skull. We've got the E-tag, small game release plan, elk damage payments over 10,000. And then before that, there will be a heritage committee meeting and a finance committee meeting that'll be on May 22nd with a finance committee report in the next meeting. And other than that, there'll probably be some opportunity, as we like to do within the rural locations, to possibly do a field trip report, do a field trip. So was there a mention earlier, Casey, you had an idea? I was trying to, the department, we're looking, there's some opportunities. We always like to find those opportunities around those rural places. And
You know, I don't have anything specific, but let me give that some thought. I mean, we've got did Caleb bail me out and have an idea?
no, that's all right. There is rye patch, there is two lawn, there's also a fair amount of water developments. We can talk to Joe as well, probably come up with something. One other item that was brought to my attention was the emergency closure of Smith Creek Reservoir. That'll also be on the next agenda.
And then Director Janae, I know we didn't have it on this agenda. Do you know where we're at with the tag transfer, the NEC, regarding being able to transfer a tag to a junior? Or?
Yeah, we will bring, that'll be back for a workshop at the next meeting. Thank you for the reminder.
Thank you.
We got so many up in the air.
All right. I guess this isn't, I guess any further commission discussion? This is an action item. Any cab comments? Any cab comments on Zoom? Any public comment? Public comment on Zoom? All right, well, we don't have to take any action, so. Agenda item number 23, public comment period. Public comment will be limited to 3 minutes. No action can be taken by the commission at this time. Any item requiring commission action may be scheduled on a future commission agenda. Persons making comment are asked to begin by stating their name for the record.
Hello again, Commissioners. My name is Dre Arman for the record, and I'm the Idaho-Nevada Chapter Coordinator with Backcountry Hunters and Anglers, and speaking on behalf of,
Is your mic on?
is it on? Yeah.
There you go.
I can just go
There
a
you
little
go.
closer. Did you need to do cab comment first? No? Okay, great. Backcountry Hunters and Anglers, speaking on behalf of the Nevada chapter today, representing hundreds of hunters and anglers and like-minded public land users across Nevada. And really just wanted to take the time to thank the commission for taking your time to really listen to public comment today. One thing I just really wanted to highlight is the commitment from the hunting community and especially from all of our cabs across the state to advocate for the best possible solutions for our state deer populations, even at the expense of their own hunting opportunities. I'm confident that if we begin to see similar struggles with Nevada's black bear, moose, or any other wildlife populations, that hunters and anglers will also advocate for for those resources in the same way to ensure healthy populations first and hunting opportunities second. We heard multiple stories today and yesterday about bad actors who are all too often lumped in with the hunting and angling community. From illegal and irresponsible OHV use to inhumane treatment of wildlife. I'd like to take this time to emphasize that fair chase is one of our core principles as backcountry hunters and anglers. And Commissioner McNinch, your comments yesterday about folks potentially not feeling comfortable coming forward when they see something bad happening in the field. I just wanted to take a moment to highlight one of many programs we have at Backcountry Hunters and Anglers, which is our illegal OHV use tip line. If someone calls in and reports a tip about illegal OHV use on public lands, and if that tip results in a citation, we do offer up to a $500 reward. And so that's something I hope can be in all of your pockets as you receive those calls from concerned citizens. From that rewards program to the stewardship work that we're conducting all across North America to bolster habitat across our continent, we are committed to partnering with diverse stakeholders to protect and support our public lands, waters, and wildlife. So again, thank you all, and that's all.
Thank you. Any additional public comment in Reno? Okay, seeing none, public comment on Zoom.
Yes, for the record, Fred Volz. It's more than a little ironic that this commission and the department continue to ignore any other reality than maximizing the wildlife body count for the small number of Nevadans who buy your licenses and tags. The recent bad press from irresponsible rancher hunters in Wyoming and South Dakota due to their abhorrent treatment of animals is just one of many indicators that the policies and decisions made by this commission and its NDOW staff fail to incorporate other perspectives beyond animal exploitation. As Dr. Smith said earlier, you have no concern for the animals suffering your decisions intentionally impose, yet you falsely proclaim you are conservationists, while permanently and indiscriminately destroying the wildlife species you are statutorily bound to protect and perpetuate. You could end an unpopular trophy bear hunt that accomplishes nothing for bears but bloodshed. You could end commercial trapping, where Nevada has up to a protracted 96-hour trap inspection interval because it is inconvenient for your licensees to free non-target species or put trapped and unsalvageable animals out of their misery sooner. You would be outraged if an injured family member wasn't immediately serviced by paramedics, but for animals, they can just suffer until they die. You could end wildlife killing contests, which serve no objective but to radically disrupt a given area's ecosystem and pose a hazard to public safety. Again, you demonstrate little concern for animals, only the bloodlust of some seriously imbalanced people who can't otherwise think of anything constructive to entertain themselves. You have failed 4 times to deal with wildlife killing contests, and the best you can come up with is to deflect the issue by creation of a committee, a step which did little to help hapless bears or the deplorable state of trapping activities in Nevada. NDOW staffers are complicit by their silence or supportive comments based on questionable methodologies. What part of the word protect don't you grasp? These backward attitudes and choices you so defiantly cling to deserve to be harvested and dispatched once and for all. Do you have the courage to admit you're failing in your positions by failing to represent a large segment of Nevadans? Or will you continue to be obstinate and oppose anything that doesn't advance the killing agenda?
and I would ask that these comments be added verbatim to the record. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional public comment on Zoom?
This is Kathy Smith, Washoe County, for the record. I thought the discussion by Director Janae beautifully demonstrated the emotional decisions that are made by this commission. The biological science is what the biological science is. What the commission decides to do with that information, all social. Decisions based on the desire to continue hunting, the desire to maintain your hunting camaraderie, and the desire to increase populations are just as emotional as those based on concerns of individual pain and suffering. I hope you can all see that now, that this is all social. I also wanted to say a big thank you to Commissioner McNinch. He is always well prepared, asks relevant and probing questions, and really cares about all perspective. He will talk to anyone. Uncomfortable conversations are hard, and it takes integrity to stand up for your beliefs. It is so much easier to quietly vote without comment or explanation. Please think about the bears this weekend and the decisions you have made for them. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any additional public comment? All right, with that, we are adjourned, and I want to thank everyone. It was a long 2 days. Director Janae.
And just real quickly before we wrap up, I just wanted to say thanks to the Game Division staff, all the biologists in the field, all of the staff, headquarters that presented the quotas. These are trying times for those guys, and really want to appreciate the work and their professionalism in representing the department. So thank you for that opportunity.
Thank you.